Hey y'all, this is Ishnai Ciarfox. Welcome to my stream. Let me see how the sound's going on this. Oi. Game being loud. Still doing that stupid shit. 1 second. Testing, testing. Testing again, testing again. Nah. That's better. Alright. So we're gonna see about if there's any good sales on Amazon. Sorry, I'm trying to eat as well. Alright. Let's go. So we're gonna do the row quest. Yay for that, I think. Maybe, who knows. Fisherman's Guild. And I haven't decided which Disciple of the Hand I'm gonna do, or if I'm gonna do. Oh, wrong way. Hand or land? Well. Oh wait, no, it's not here, it's a bookport. You'll find it amusing that all the Limsey, well, a lot of the Limsian areas are alcohol-related names. Slave to the code. Alright, Jackie. Jackie. 15. So we have a bit to go on this one. Those last few jolly merchant bastards must be camped out somewhere in the western, Nocia. Now, if I was a black-blooded, gill-grubbing slaver, where would I be hiding? There's not to the west, but the Sagan pools? Fish people! Hi, Alpha Squishy Snake! We're gonna get to the simping part of Fran after I torture myself with the low-level, or at least some of the low-level, class quests. because they're boring as fuck. And reward myself with, you know, Fran. So I still need to do the one raid right before that. Even those bollocks for brains, pirates know better than to trespass in fishback territory. I need to get that accent back up. How you doing, by the way? And they won't want a chance to run any of the patrols near airport. So that just leaves us east. The flock? They're likely nestled down at the ruins out there among the dodos. That's what we're trying to pick up their trail. You head over and snilch the place while I send word to the sisters at the Maelstrom. And hopefully the mic is doing a bit better. You're doing fine? That's good. Beggarly boy. Please help our child. I mean, do I look like a healer? I mean, I'll try. I am so behind on some of these class quests. This is the level 15 one. Thank you for freeing us. We've been tied up here since those awful pirates snatched us from our beds. That sucks, especially in the weather. Those are some interesting looking dildos you got. Dildos. Dodos you got there, Ishnai. No sight of the merchants, though, eh? Their leader mentioned heading over to airport. He said something about there being no signal, and that a signal was that something was wrong. They left us hobbled like lambs for the market. One of them japed about keeping the meat unsullied in case they were trouble. Pray let us flee this place before they return. And who do you think you're saddled and set loose are hard-won prizes? Oh look, new victims. Was the damnedest thing. We have the crew lodging in airport, and not one of them survived the night. Done by a couple of sneaky curs what favored the short blades, they say. Thank you for calling me a cur. Suppose that was you two. Seems you got a bone to pick with our choice of trade. I think anybody would have with a decency would. I can't say I have much use for slavers, except a place for me to bury me knives. Oh, and I'm wondering if you'd bother you with waiting on your ship to come back neither. The jolly merchants are done for. You might have the right of it, lad. But you don't know what kind of coin the 3 healthy slaves like them ones will pass us. I'll have a new ship and a new crew before a single moon is passed. Not if I kill you. Now. You hear that, Chettle? You're worth a stunning bloody fortune. And you'll have me to thank for helping you learn your true worth. Ignore this bleeding sword. In fact, why don't you step it back ways? These cloves are about to discover the consequence of breaking the code and discussions about did I get messy? Did you not think he'd come for ye? You can try and stifle your victim's screams in the dark months, but the shadows are always listening. And violence. Shadows are definitely violent. Oh yeah, I don't have the They used to having the group attack in um Harbor. The Palace of the Dead when I'm using it. Always more of them. I know, right? Birds move slow, but they got a nasty peck. What birds? What birds? More dodos? Thought they were slavers, not bleeding farmers. I mean, they've come for the blood, you know. Chickens are omnivores. I know that this is dodos, not chickens per se, but I mean, underfoot. Well, excuse me. Bilbo Buggins is here to get underfoot, or at least I would if there any bugger was left standing. This is a fine pile of crorins. Not for us to do. No scrap for the latecomers. Me and the lass had a hunger. Definitely. Let's say a violence one at that. Thank you. I should shudder to think what horrid fate awaited us had you not helped us to escape. I knew someone would come. You're just like the heroes in the stories. No, we aren't, sweetie. They always arrive at the perfect time and triumph over the villains. Do you think it could be a hero like you? I know I can be brave and strong too. I just know it. We aren't heroes. You don't want to be like me, lad. Listen now, me and those coves over there, we're the ones what the scary folk are afraid of. And that's because we keep to the rules for the world they live in. We don't care much for shirking your chores or getting into fights. But if you ever break the code and betray your mates, then that's what will come after ye, no matter how far you run or how well ye hide. You live your life like the hero you want to be, though, and you'll never need to worry about that. Inspiring words, sir! Aye, you two can stubble it and all. Nothing much. Just doing the rogue thing till I become a ninja. If it says anything about how I know old YouTube, I am ninja, he is ninja, we are ninja too. We are ninja, she is ninja, ninja. Yeah, that old. I don't even know if it's like even residues of that video or that series. It was this guy who stood in a ninja costume, and people would ask him stupid questions. I mean, questions, and then he'd respond very stupidly of why they could not be a ninja. Like something about swimming through lava, all this other stuff on becoming the strongest ninja there ever was. And the opening song was that. Actually, now I'm curious. Please tell me there's somebody who uploaded it. I don't even know if the channel still exists. Oh my god, it's still up! And he's remastering them. 18 years ago! Oh my fucking god, I'm... What? Oh, it's not working? Oh, did it crash? It crashed. Fun. You get to see what I do. There we go. Thank you! Okay, I'm gonna show this real quick. Never up to begin with. Might have crashed before I was trying to fix the sound stuff. Okay, let's see. Watching. No, This. I got the song wrong. 18 years. 18 years! God. Old. I miss old YouTube sometimes. Anyways. I assume you are the citizens who were abducted by the Jolly Merchants. I am Captain Milala of the Yellow Jackets. Maelstrom Commands has entrusted me with conducting you to safety. It's alright, lad. These folks will take care of ye. Go on, ye best not get left behind. Now she's gonna give us saucy words. And we're gonna have to save her eventually, right? To prove that our way works. Is there aught else, Captain? Word on a new job? A job for meat? For you? How patiently absurd. Why, I'd rather hire a sewer rat to mind my larder. Just gonna throw this out there, sweetheart. I outrank you in the Maelstrom. I know this doesn't count in this quest line, though, but... Was it during one of your jobs that you turned Aleport into a slaughterhouse? What dark age is this that we must employ assassins to enforce the law? I mean... Discontinued talents with underworld miscreants such as you that prevents RPG sex capital of Final Fantasy XIV from ever fully expunging the state of piratical infection. I don't think you'll be able to get rid of it either because of the ERPers there. And this isn't time traveling, technically. This isn't Alexander. Look at these weapons you bear. A civilized person uses such implements to carve meat or peel fruits. I mean, we are carving meat. It's just human meat. And leaves them at the table where they belong. Do you want us to put the bodies on the table when we leave? Do you perhaps clench them between your teeth as you swing over rails like the pirates you hunt? I mean, I'm gonna throw this out there. The Limsian pirates under the Maelstrom do similar things, first of all. Second of all, being that I'm a part of the Maelstrom, I know this. What? Swinging across with a large, you know, axe that's probably bigger than you are is more civilized? Our fair city has no place for those who refuse to abandon the brutish ways of the past. Only the champions of justice of this nation requires of the valiant and the forthright soldiers of the Yellow Jackets. You're going to be put in your place before the end of it. There's no black and white when it comes to this kind of stuff. Jackie, what the bloody hells does this Cole want with us? I've not the foggiest idea, love. Just smile and nod. I've not come here to be patronized. Yes, you have. The Yellow Jacket. They are part of the Yellow Jackets. Oh, did I remember to greet you also, Stressful? I have had my ADHD medicine, yes. Is it working? Fuck if I know. There's better Yellow Jackets. Trust me. He's over at the Marauders Guild. I've not come here to patronize, I've come to put a decisive end to piracy in all its forms. Consider this visit a gauntlet thrown at the collective feet of the Rogues Guild. No. They're human, Heed my words. Just before dawn. Well, there is a yellow jacket that's also Lala. That's cool. I don't remember the name offhand. Just before morn, on this very morn, a maelstrom vessel stocked with provision was boarded and looted by pirates. Yeah, what does that have to do with the Rogues Guild? Also, I thought you weren't going to give us a new assignment. Much of the cargo was stolen, and that is vexing indeed. But it's the theft of 3 items in particular. 3 unique treasures of high, nigh incalculable worth that most distresses my martial colleagues. As for the brigands, they make well their escape, disappearing into the dawn's mist along with their precious plunder. By the way, we have Bilbo Baggins right over here. He's a part of the Rogues Guild. Do you want him to be put, you know, in jail? A rum tale. What does that have to do with us? I challenge you. A contest to reclaim these stolen treasures. Should my yellow jackets and I succeed in retrieving the greater share, I shall formally propose the abolition of the Rogues Guild. Upon review of our achievements, the Admiral will surely concede that your unscrupulous institution has outlived its usefulness. It'll blow out of your wattle? I've better ways to spend me time. Oh, do you now? This incident constitutes a theft against the nation of RPG sex capital of Final Fantasy XIV. Does that not violate your beloved code? Yeah, but, you know, being challenged like this also violate our beloved code because it's being issued by a governmental official. If I'm not mistaken, you have no choice but to rise to the occasion. Unless, of course, you mean to slink back to your hole and abandon the fundamental preconcepts of your duty. Alright, you screeching shrew, and you got major bloody point, and you'll be sorry that you did, I promise you that. Your paltry promises amount to naught in the face of my conviction. Sure, head pats, poor girl. I shall not rest until RPG sex capital of Final Fantasy XIV is free of every last buccaneer, scoundrel, and shadow-dwelling ne'er-do-well. I repeat, you'll have to get rid of half the population that shows up there. Of the player base. What now, Jackie? Alright, now we head back to the sisters. I'd rather not. Okay, thanks. You looking to head inside? Yes. No, I'm here to talk to you, sir. For we lass, that min Lala has got some bullocks. And it seems she's done well with what with some pirates or stock. I don't take kindly to curls pulling me strings, but the shrew is right. The codes has been broken, and we have a job to do. From the sounds of it, though, they cubs know what they were about when they coined them treasure. I need you at your best. It is time you learn the art of mugging. Rough up a quarrel just in the right way, and you'll give up more than what you get if you just plain knocked him on his arse. Me and the lads have been busy. Will be busy whittling the story on them bitter baubles, so you're free to head out and sharpen your skills. Might even be as you'll pocket some extra blunts while you're at it, eh? I also don't speak English. Hurrah! By the way, I think I've gotten my uh, healer stuff up enough so that we can roll right into the raid after that, after doing the quest line. Um, been practicing you dance steps, Ishnai, because we're about ready to run rings around Captain Milala and her swads. The Yellow Jackets been pressing their investigations into the treasures which coiled from the Maelstrom tub, but as you know, we've got our own networks of coves. But don't miss not what'll be going on around town. As for the short end of the job, it'll be you, me, Bilbo Baggins, and the Stray. Let us get down to business, eh? Yes, I repeat, he is Bilbo Baggins. Shh, 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 shh. I will not take any other comment. Vikibi is late to the feast, so I'll make sure we'll go on the same page for now. When you go down to it, we have two goals for this job. Bite back them 3 treasures, and then meal the crows which coiled them back in the first place. Can be sure that the Yellow Jackets be shrewdly doing their damnedest to beat us to the marks, and seeing the fate of the guild is at stake, we best not drag our due beaters on this one. I say we grapple them babbles before she even lifts an anchor, and give her proper reason to rage against us rogues. You seem awful keen on this contest all of a sudden, Jackie. Well, here's the thing. I sent me grievance to the theocracy regarding the shoes challenge, but then paper shuffles don't care a whit as long as we get the jobs done. So I figured I'd sail with the wind rather than against it. And besides, we wouldn't want to shrink our duties and force poor Captain to blunder about with the scary dark mans, now would we? I mean, I'm fine with that. How very gentlemanly of ye. Well, them's the cards that we've been dealt, ain't they? Now, stow your quips and let's hear what you've learned about them bloody treasures already. Aye, the treasures. According to the manifest that the old Maelstrom vessel, we're looking to bite back the Cerulean Star, the Silver Sorrows, and something called the Black Sarcophagus. I don't like that last one. Aside from the fancy names, I was able to whittle out a few more details. The Cerulean Star, for starters, is a big blue diamond that shines, well, like a star, I suppose. Oh, Hope Diamond, let's go. Then we've got the Silver Sorrows, a pair of earrings that once graced the waddles of a Sultana of Yoda. There's a tale there, but the one that doesn't concern us at present, is it the Hope Diamond type, kinda? Because it says sorrows in there. There's sorrows in that late. Lastly, the Black Sarcophagus thing. I'm afraid that one remains a mystery no matter how much I poked and prodded. In any case, all 3 of these trinkets are recorded as spoils from official privateering raids. Is it a... what's the... Does it have a void in it? A void creature pest or whatever. Now, as you know, a pirate usually sells plunder through a reliable fence. Sometimes, though, holding an auction is the only way to offload goods, which is too extravagant, or just too bleeding rare for the average coal to deal in. Our 3 wondrous treasures fell into the auction-only category, where the bidding began in Ailport and the theocracy weighed in with its ample purse, made some unmatched offers, then organized a tub for the merchandise to be shipped back to Limsa. And that's where our marks swooped in and picketed their transport clean. I had a few wits with the Maelstrom soldiers that survived the attack, and they pointed the finger at the grinning Curls. The problem is, not one Curl's been seen hide nor hair the Curls. Not to mention their bloody ship since the raid. Sorry I'm late, Jackie, but you want to hear this. Some of the cargo that was coiled from the transport was just found during a routine inspection at the Lathagan checkpoint. The Thargan? Have the Curls made landfall then? What of the treasure? Any mention of them? Not that I've heard, but the jackets ain't done shaking out the boxes yet. We sneaking them. Then you better get your eyes out there quick like. Ishnai! Bilbo! You're first for a run, aren't ye? Stabby stab. Come on, lass. I'll race you out to the checkpoint. You're gonna get there before me just because the game is just the way it is. Why are you looking for some wits of wisdom? No. You never heard of the Grinning Curls? They're a pack of rabid buccaneers that used to belong to the Salthounds. But back in the day, the Salthounds had a crew that filled more than a few ships. Aye, there's no other pirate gang which could match them when it came to sheer numbers. But when the Admiral came into power and passed her famous law, most of the hounds chose a life on land, and those what spat on the law became curs. Simple as that. Say, do I look like somebody that knows the different pirate gangs of this area? I'm Paragon, except when I'm not. But we don't talk about when I'm not. That's great. Flying! Why don't we just call him Underfoot, please, rather than have his full name? I won a race. You owe me a pint, Ishnai. Japes aside, though, it looks like Vic Kibby was right about the cargo. From what I've been able to catch on from these swads at the gate, it seems the peddler was boned for carrying goods which was known to be aboard the transport. They carted the poor sods away and changed, but the cargo itself is still here. I saw a pair of jackets carrying the boxes up that room ramp. We need to know what's in them crates. I get a feeling they won't open their gants for asking, though not while this fool's challenge is going on. You think you could sulk over there and see what they found them treasures yet? A couple of yellow jackets are rifling through the cargo of the ramp there. Sneak as close as you dare and whittle what's become of them babbles. Not sneaky at all with my chocobo here. Approach them to listen to— I am! I'm ahead of you! Objects are disgusting. It's all junk. No diamond, no earrings, no bloody black sarcophagus. Looks like we'll have to learn hard on the skinny peddler if we're to find them treasures. Yeah, of course not. The chocobo is staring right at you. Sergeant says the merchant's still pleading ignorance. Claims he was hired to carry the goods to the checkpoint and not else. What a pile of poodle shit. Shite, I'm guessing the pirates split the cargo and are trying their luck at every checkpoint. Captain Malala's already given orders to double the guard and expect every cart and wagon that comes through. As I saunter away. Saunter, saunter, saunter. So they found not a value, eh? Binet. Thought we'd lost the contest before we even properly started. But be that as it may, something don't add up. Why would you order a coal to carry goods through the checkpoint? No smuggler is that daft, surely. Maybe it's a distraction? And even by some miracle of the gods you squirt through Thagran without raising a fuss, why you risking taking merchandise back to the city what you cloyed from? Now there's a bigger picture here, and we go to take a step back to see it. Assuming the Curls hired this peddler to do their dirty work, there's someone more in the shadows that brokered the deal. I just happen to know a cove which makes his business to oversee these kinds of shading arrangements. The thing is, this black marketeer bloke changes his haunts depending on how the breeze blows. Quite literally, in fact. I seem to recall the Navigator's veil being shifted by a westerly this morning, so that'd fool them. At Tiller's Rest? Nice and close. Why don't we go ask him a few questions before we head back to the guild? Where? Up there. I feel. Is the sound still good or reasonable? I'm gonna be looking at mics for the Amazon Prime sale to see if I can get any good deals for me. Especially with that was happening last night. I pride myself on my memory for faces, but yours is unknown to me. Are you an earnest customer or an inquisitive annoyance? I must be sure of your intentions. Bilbo, where the fuck are you? You were able to get there before me the other time. Now I have to kill these poor creatures. Yes, traffic. Ah, the dance is old, but the name is new. Put away your daggers, rogue. I have peddling my wares to your kind since the upright thieves stalked the night. Speak. What would you have of this humble merchant? Still tormenting the cults? Eh, Granddad. We've come for information and a smuggling job. Thank you for arriving, Bilbo! There's this peddler that was caught at the La Thanran checkpoint moving merchandise for the grinning curs. Pleaded innocence even when he had the screws put on him. You wouldn't know aught about that deal, would ye? Every last sort of detail. Woo! Not a single grain of stolen sand passes through the shadows without my knowledge. But such prickly wisdom lodges tightly in one's throat. What have you brought to ease the pain of its passage? Not being stabbed. Spare me the theatrics, Granddad. Here's your usual purse. Why don't we go to him first? The sums is paid. The deals is made. May my answers sate your fickle hunger. Your hapless peddler was indeed innocent. He was but a beast of burden employed by associates of the grinning curs, and likely knew not of his freight's tainted nature. A pawn, if you will, a convenient decoy. Oh, I was correct! There are those amongst my acquaintances who specialize in providing such services. Aye, that's what I thought. The curs wanted that cull to get caught, and now the jackets have that taste, they'll be wasting their time yaffing every single shet pie that comes through their checkpoint. Sorry, still kind of eating supper. Meanwhile, the real treasures are hidden away in the Darkman's, along with the grinning curs. Not the Darkman's, Master Rogue. The Mist. Aside from the traveling merchant, the curs' associates have spent coin on another piece for this game. A navigator, one who has practiced in piloting a vessel through the Doxy Pull. The Doxy, gods know only how many ships have sailed into that fog soup and never come out again. And that's where you say the curs have gone to ground? Now there's a trick that took some bollocks. Once their hunted tub is sitting in dimmer in the mist, though it'd be easier to have these associates ferry these goods to the Sea. The canny coves just need to wait for the peddler to get boned and draw the gazes of the Yellow Jackets inland. We need to strike now, and as soon as they learn the coast is clear, they'll flee to open waters. A fair appraisal of events. Now that you know the location of your marks, however, it will not be so difficult to track them down. The Doxy's Pole was once an impenetrable shroud, but ever since the calamity, the mists are far less consistent. Narrow your search to the heaviest banks, and you will soon uncover those who wish to remain unseen. But now, a warning. The mist conceals other dangers besides the dogs you seek. A careless step may land you on the chopping block. The chopping block? You can't mean... It seems I found myself another lead to look into. You hurry back to Jackie and tell him what we've learned so far. Thank you for not telling me anything about what the chopping block means, but I guess if other people can hear, I hope we might be doing business again, young rogue. Pray be mindful not to, lose your head in the course of your duty. It's fine. I am main protagonist. I am fine. Except when I'm not. And that's usually in cutscenes and or unbeatable bosses. Where I'm coded to be. Or in the past raids where I've ended up being floor healer. Yeah, I think I only have patience for one thing rather than doing one of these in one of the disciplines. Looking ahead inside, yeah, of course. You never heard. Okay, same statement. About time last. You were going so long I almost sent the stray after you. What happened to Bilbo? So our marks and their biting babbles are snug inside Doxy's pool, eh? I'll not discount the old man's warning, but we may not have a better chance to crash the curves and grab him the treasures. We board the ship now. You, me, and Vikibi. I suppose we'll be needing ourselves a tub for the voyage. I have the wits with the Swarsins and see what dry docks can be spared by way of ship and reliable crew. Get your kit together and meet us there. Why does it feel like rogue quests are longer with more shit to do in them? Or is that just me? Maybe. That's why. I didn't realize they came out a bit later. I might not even have the patience for this at this rate. Look, I want to see Fran! No reason whatsoever. Alright, Ishnai. I put some favors and there's a crew that'll get us close enough to scamper above the Curl's vessel. Yes. What? You expected me to deny that? So, if it's not voiced, I get to miss her pretty voice. It'll be cramped up on that deck, so we might mill a whole lot at once. We'll soon find ourselves against the rails, so we go quick and quiet and try and knock him off at a few time. Well, lass, are you eager to test your sea legs? I also want her to step on me. Right, no one's seen us so far. Let's get to work. I think you... the two back there are yours. Oh. Follow me, Ishnai. Not letting me move. Um, 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 um. I was trying to remember which button it was for that. Why didn't you do Trick Tack? Um, I'm currently on the... how about this? I finish this quest, we do the other quest, and then I'll come back for finishing this quest off. When is the hunt train happening? Okay. Especially since it's Saturday, yeah. Jackie, I found me one of the treasures. Unless there's another fist-sized blue diamond on board, we got to be the cerulean star. As for the two other bubbles, I've tossed the cadavans and been through them imb by imb, but there's not else there. Aye, well, we'll just have to ask old Sweet Lake, won't we? Spit it out, cur. We're keeping the rest of your treasures. You think I'd spill me guts for rogues likes a you rogue? Maybe you wanted that, but what about your partner you're working with? Oh, we don't have a partner? No. So you're telling me this was one of your own ideas? You woke up one day and decided to attack a maelstrom transport right off the coast of Aleport, then disappear into the lovely embrace of Doxy's Pole. Not exactly your style, is it? The gritty curls are too bleeding famous for being a crew would turn their snouts up at privateering in favor of keeping the old ways. You've yet only escaped the Yellow Jacket's crypt this long by crawling on ye bellies and snatching up scraps which fell from the table. You ain't the type to sink your teeth into a Navy-owned vessel with no matter the prize. Aye, well, maybe they ain't no profit in it because being cautious no more. The age of the pirates is swiftly coming to an end. Mirabel won't be stopped, not by a piddling crew like mine. That's why we thought our lots with the executioners. But yeah, as soon as I finish this quest, we'll go ahead and see if we can grab a raid. And then you can run off and grab the train after the raid while I go do the quest thing to unlock the final raid. That blue Archivar was just a share of the loot. The scraps under the table, like you said. If you wanted the other trinkets, then you'll have to take it up with our new mates. One job at a time, lass. First we need to get the sinking coves and their tub back to the docks. Because who knows how long it'll take with the quests in between them. Piss on you for taking our ship. It should have set our fire while I still hadn't had the chance. The job's got properly thorny, but at least we grabbed one of them dumb treasures. Putting aside the issue who gave the orders to throw out these coves or was raided the Maelstrom ship, now for the punishment which fits the crime. I was informed that a certain well-known pirate ship was spotted weighing anchor at the Marbury dry docks. I assume this is your work. You missed all the excitement, Captain, but never you mind. The cerulean star is back and bobbing on our sleeky little fables. Humph. This must be the grinning curs. I mean, what's left of them. Degenerate fiends! How dare you ply your filthy trade in Lumsian waters? How many innocent sailors were massacred that you might sate your vile avarice? Well, I mean, we slaughtered a good chunk of them, too. I'll leave every one of your kind ought to be lined up and shot. A musket ball is the only answer for this rampant display of lawlessness. Wait. Do you mean to execute them here on the bloody docks? At least let's take the buggers into custody first. Handing them over to you for lawful punishment will satisfy the demands of the code just as well. We've already got the answers to our questions, so feel free to take them away. Do not presume to give me orders, rogue. You only managed to capture these villains and their ill-gotten treasure by employing unsavory, unconscionable means. Why you're not more than pirates yourself. These bastards aren't worth a true pirate spit. The upright thieves was formed to protect us from ourselves, and now they're just hunting dogs for the Admiral. Maribou yanks the leash, and another buccaneer disappears. You rogues are traitors to your own kind. If it hadn't been for you... Aye, go on then. Blame me and the coves for your own failures. You know what you is about when you defy the code. You knew we'd be after you. We're done here. There's still two treasures left, Rogue. I mean to claim both of them. I'd reconsider the contest or yours, Captain. Turns out this fish we're trying to hook is a shark and might just swallow ye whole. What is the shark he is speaking of? How could any pirate challenge the might of the Yellow Jackets? No, he seeks to unnerve me. I'm bringing the truth from these grinning curs, and we'll see who triumphs over whom. You think this is over with? The pirates will have their day again. I wasn't a pirate to begin with, so, Alright, let me switch over to... You on so I can invite? Been on for like... Sorry, didn't notice! Are you gonna go as a healer? Okay, or a tank. You're running as a healer. Cool. Yeah, I was running around doing a bunch of raids to try and... Well, not raids, but just everything to try and get... I got the weapon. I made sure to replace all the lowest amounts of stuff that I could. Is there level 70 gear? Where could I buy that? That isn't from the Allegan market board. You mean I have to talk with crafters? I mean, crafters, I mean, technically talk to the, servants of the crafters, but still. The BTs I need, boots, are the lowest ones. So's the earrings and second ring. I appreciate, hun, on that. I need to pay you for it, though. About how much? I want to be fair with this, hun. Since I'm reasonable level, I might as well, you know. Yeah. Okay, my mind's having a moment. Small loan. I wouldn't say that. I don't need the weapon. I need heat. That's the 32. I mean, 72 one. Why did I hit that button? I wanted to link it. God, that's expensive. Oh, it's Eureka. Oh yeah, I want to unlock Eureka, by the way. I didn't mean to hit that. But I do plan on unlocking Eureka, especially if I'm going to do it for trying to level up other. Because I really enjoyed, to some degree, when they had it out for Storm at the end of Shadowbringers. Okay, let me see. 50. These? Maybe cheaper for me to just buy it. It's hilarious it's more expensive on this one. But add up what you paid for them so I can pay you back. Or how much to... Each server has its different marks. Okay. But go ahead and remember how much you paid for them so I can pay you back. Because I'm no longer a little baby in this game anymore. So half of yours. Damn. Am I allowed to go over there and try and buy stuff on your market? Okay, I might go over there then for any of the other stuff I need. I mean, no. The fine for Exodus? Oh, there's a fine? Then I'll just, like, give you money and buy it off, have you buy it off. This is a joke? Okay. Wasn't sure if there was... I mean, I wouldn't put it past. Um... You know, I might be just following other people for this. Because apparently it looks like more people know what's going on. Also, you seem to know what's going on, so... Um... We're being chased by things. I think I'm quite have to like explosion. Oh, we're supposed to get together on that one. Okay, I didn't realize. Dorito stack. Oh, those booties are cute. I am having a flashback. It's sudden. Is this the math one? I I mean, I'm not gonna say I'm bad at math. I'm not gonna say I'm good at math. I mean, when I was supposed to do an algebraic equation for the um I kid you not. If you want to go back and watch on the Alan Wake 2, when it was supposed to be an algebraic equation, I did fucking geometry. I set up the thing in my mind for geometry. The reason why I was thinking maybe the math one is the fact that says arithmetics shoes, and that scares me. And also the way this place looks. Oh, that looks lovely. Yeah, but I think I remember that one of these raids here absolutely fucking has The one that's moving the slowest. Ha! I remember! Kinda. Good that I have a good mixture of both. Of both ranged and physical damage, because it's kind of hard to. So, what direction? Never mind. I like some of the outfits better in this one than the other one. Okay, I don't like that one. But that one's reasonable looking. Oh no. Fuck, Bergman. Oh no. That was a Fibonacci code, wasn't it? Fuck, it is the. This is one. PTSD! PTSD! Oh, come on. Fucker moves, so I didn't get. God damn it. Multiple. What? Multiples of 4. Oh, it's how many are in there. Okay. Do we ever get one that we aren't sucked up into something? Just asking. Are we supposed to go towards... Oh, he's dancing. Subtract, oh no. I really don't care. Hey! Math is hard. Yes, it is very hard. Motherfucker's already going with the limit break. Before all of us are there.
The Empire in the council. The barber's blade.
Yeah.
I'll tell you. From it. Escape this. So. Your suffering is not yet over.
I'm quite sure my suffering is not yet over. I am here. This boss battle is still going on.
Come on, no mercy. Stop.
Do I need to be on?
Escape
Okay.
this.
Okay, I get it. I get it. Do I go on the opposite side? I'm still floating. I'm still floating. Am I supposed to be still floating?
Your suffering is not yet over.
Okay, there we go.
I'll tell you. Escape this.
I feel like we are bees against this guy. Like, we aren't doing anything to him. Oh.
Your pain is my pleasure. Say. Your suffering is not yet over. Dara. So deliver the king's justice. Feel the wrath of my brothers.
Well.
You will pay for what you have done.
What did I need?
This is far from finished, Guardian. Your suffering is not yet over. My words. Prepare my strength.
don't know why I'm collecting cards. I'll just have them. And maybe someday I'll torture myself. You know, Treasure Coffer B has not been opened. I wonder if Alliance B knows this. Or they don't want anything. For all the... The cards? Okay, cool. Mother's necklace, but what is it doing here unless... Oh, would you look at that? You deserve it, motherfucker! What kind of mount is it? Is it a card? Is it we're genieing this? Okay. Have you added up how much I owe you? Alma. Alma, are you there? I'm here, Remza. Okay. The crafts, extraordinary. The stones are different, but the craftsmanship is identical. However, did it come to Gabbaman's possession? You can go ahead and go on the, whatever raid train thing. I don't really need it until the, next raid anyways. Stones appear to be cut from the same crystal. Oh, they are in sight. Are in sight? What makes you say that? Can't you feel it? Can you... You can feel it, can't you, Hurdy? I mean, they are fairies. Okay. Do you recall me telling you that Bagana considered the necklace special? It belonged to the princess, didn't it? It's special because it was entrusted to him by, oh, well, the prince instead, Rassler. He was to return it to Princess Ashlia upon delivering her highness to Nalbina Fortress. A family keepsake. Of course, and each necklace, each auracite, acted as a lodestone, drawing both of the parties closer and closer to Avalace. Indeed, father, the auracite guides us. Ramza, are you recovered and not possessed? I doubt. Thank you, sister. I am well now. Oh, now you say thank you to your sister. From what we know of Duma and Otis, the vestiges of one's will may endure in an auracite. I mean, we have soul stones, I repeat. Could it be that the desire of the former owner or creator of the necklace was simply to return to Avalice? But who could that have been? Who could it be? Ramza built. He wanted his people to return to his homeland and uncover the truth behind the kingdom's founding. But then why show us Lysia and Gouge, you ask? Simple, we are being tested. The R side is measuring our worth, and I ended up still being a floor healer, seeing if we were deserving of that truth. You say these things as if you knew them, but how could you? Nothing we have uncovered suggests anything of the kind. I mean, it kind of does. Also, he touched the stone. I know you have your doubts, but I can assure you they are misplaced. You sure you weren't possessed? For now, I ask you to trust me, lady. This isn't you. No. No, this isn't him. He's being too fucking polite. Being too polite. This guy is being too polite. This isn't the son. He's possessed. He's possessed. He's possessed. He's possessed. Lady Mira, well, since when did you... Ransma, are you feeling quite well? No. Of course I am, sister dearest. I've never felt better. X to doubt! X to doubt! I sense a disturbance in the ether. In the force. Same goddamn thing. Father, these necklaces are gifts. Gifts from the old gods who once watched over the Avalasians. Is proof we had their blessing. With the necklace and Otis, we may finally prove... Are we gonna stop him? Are we gonna... Wasn't there a table there? Or had he not reached the table yet? Thank you, Ishnai. I know not what came over me. I know what came over you! I'm just gonna play fucking dumb! I swear! Only way half these fucking things happen is because we like to play stupid at the stupidest times. Leave me be, Alma. Did I not tell you I'll be fine? You're fine. You're not fine. Okay. Relink the final one. That was the ring. That wrong thing. There, it was linked. Okay, both are complete. Let me go and repair. Let me... I didn't mean to... Okay. I'm gonna have to design outfits for them. Eventually. Need to figure out what look I want to go for them also. Might as well grab these back. So, how much I owe you? $40K? Okay. Thank you, hon! I appreciate. Yes, want to see them out. Of course I want to see it. Do you have to gain any of them by actually doing triple triad? By Ask and Fear? Cracker's Reach? Okay. God damn it. By the way, I'm really loving the... It is a card! That's hilarious! I'm loving the Lone Ranger look. Or Lone Wanderer. If you're going for the Fallout thing. But I like... Well, it's not completely a card. It's a bit too thick for a card. Here, pew pew! Yep. Have your gun and everything. Wind up anima. That is creepy and cute at the same time. Gunslinger here? That's nice. There are a lot of mounts though. Is there a blue griffin? Because I saw like it was like a rare one. Like a monster out by the castrum, and I kept on looking at it going, this is a really pretty thing. Is there a mount for that? Because it's really pretty. Oh. Fairy ride. Yeah, a griffin. It was this pretty blue color. It was like that, but it was a pretty blue color. And it was out in the, it wasn't a mount, but it was one of those rare things that showed up. I guess a fate or something? But that sucks that you can't get a mount that color, then. No blue, I think. Damn. Still a pretty mount. Let me real quickly get some materia into these. Oh wait, nope. Variety is already the highest it can be, so spell speed. Woo! Got that set up. Thank you again on that. And I'll think of going over there if I ever need to buy stuff. Alright. Right. Teleporting back to Kagane! Were you talking about hanging out with friends? Okay, I was about to ask whether it was now or... Have fun with your friends, hon! And yes, I'm still open to doing Heaven on High with whatever your group wants to do higher floors. I'm already forgotten which one's the 16. So, I hope you understand, journalist, that he's possessed. Another adventure under our belts, eh? I'd best put my pen to page before the details fade. La Sila and now Gouge. I think that our discoveries are more than sufficient to prove the Lexid Tales claims. At least with regard to Avalace's existence. Have to talk. Yeah, that's the reason why I just said that I'm open to it whenever, well, when we can schedule it. It doesn't have to be on stream or anything, so. But something tells me until Dromus has proof of his ancestors were not the heretics the church painted them to be, he will not rest. I don't know why the church has any power in Garlemond. So it feels like it goes against a lot of things. Then there's a curious case of Rasma. At Alma's throat one moment and dear sister the next. He was like a different person when he came to. Like he was possessed or maybe. Yet I seem to be alone in wondering exactly what happened to him back in the lighthouse. If you ask me, this lady, he must have taken quite some bump to his head when he fell. Hello, stupid Phil! Then again, it didn't take him long to turn back to his spiteful little self, so... All's well that ends well? No, it isn't! And thank you for quoting Shakespeare. Worried look. Bears grave tidings, greetings and salutations. Did you have to add both those things together? I suppose you're wondering whether or not the good Jeremus has finally determined where in the world our next adventure is to take us. Or has he figured out where Carmen Sandiego is? Good news is he has. Bad news is, however, his son has disappeared, right? Right? Because his son's possessed. Hello? Well, it's not in my nature to be a sensationalist. Sensationalism is my job description. So bear with me when I tell you all's not right aboard the airship Lixentel. Something about Alma has me deeply worried. So I would trust this information in the hands of my I would not trust this information in the hands of my publisher, let alone some sullen gate guard. Shall we continue our conversation on the Prima Vista away from inquisitive ears, but maybe Alma could hear it? Wait, let's see if... Principal Jeremus claims to have learned much from his continued study of the Durai papers. Still, he has to appear frustration at the lack of information crucial to solving the mystery. What if a rabbit-y old lady, not old, but sexy lady came along? Shall I prepare the shuttle for you, my lady? Yep. The question is then, where exactly did Ramza and his fellowship journey to next? Ah, Ishnai! To what do we owe this unexpected visit? I had not planned on summoning you for another several turns of the sun. I apologize if we've caused you any worry. I suppose knowing one cannot allow a reporter in their midst and not expect her to report what she sees. Though I did expect a tad more discretion. It's just me, though. Alma, as of late, has been experiencing difficulties with her health. Doctors have been called upon to discern what exactly ails her, but as far as I can tell, there's nothing physically wrong with my sister. Maybe she's possessed. Consensus is the rigors of extended stay in a foreign land had taken a toll on her fragile heart. The fuck is that answer? As a healer, the fuck is that answer? I can understand allergies and stuff. Ishnai, when did you just got here? Alma! I'm fine, brother. It's obviously you're not. You must return to your chambers and rest. Are you getting the same sickness as the other sister that died, or did she die in battle? I don't know. They haven't answered that. The other Alma. Forgive me. Perhaps we shall speak once again once I've regained my health, strength. Until then, please look after my father. Cat. Now, where were we? Ah, yes, the matter of our next expedition. No, I came here along for the health reasons. As we discovered during our most recent foray into the Ester Sands. Sorry. The Damascus city of Radamaster appears to lie upon the ruins of what could only be the royal city of Thessalia, ancient capital of the lost kingdom of Avalice. Shortly after, we stumbled upon the remains of the legendary Clockwork City, cleverly repurposed into a lighthouse overlooking the cataract, remnants of which now still sit suspended above a fathomless chasm. Asia, Clockwork City, what do they have in common, you ask? I shall tell you. Both appear in my ancestors' account of the rise of Avalace, the Durai papers. And with each new discovery, this forbidden chronicle is now proving Avalacean legend to be more fact than fairy tale. There's no denying the proof, and it is all a matter of time before scholars and historians from across the realm come to the same conclusions. But as you are all aware, my aim has never been to simply prove the existence of Avalace. No, I shall not rest until I have revealed the truth of young Rasma's role in the King Lita's ascension and clear my ancestor Oran Durai of the false accusations made against him by the church. I still can't see Garlemon being particularly religious in that sense, because they're against all gods and icons. Didn't we see the Alma first? Hirgane's doctors have us to believe she's in no immediate danger. And after all, the legacy is better than, keeping my daughter alive or anything. As her illness is not born of the body, but of the mind, to borrow their words, her spirit is in a state of unbalance and merely requires time to right itself. Possession? 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 Alma will be fine as long as she remains in bed. The last thing she needs is any further excitement, especially at the paws of these meddlesome mole-bats. I'm gonna hit you again. They haven't done anything! So I must admit, both Moblanc and his brother have proven more useful than I ever dare imagine. Who the fuck are you? When it comes to usefulness, I am first in the field. Oh, sorry, wrong verse. The wrong voice. When it comes to usefulness, I am first in the field. Or was it the furriest in the field? Would you like to feel my fur, Kupo? And you wonder why Rasma despises you so, brother? They do all the work and all you do is just Kupo? Well, we do need comic relief sometime. Ah, but you're mistaken, Hurdy. I bear neither you or your brother any ill will. Any further ill will, that is. If anything, I owe you my thanks for your recent contributions. The fuck? His thanks? Are you hearing what I'm hearing? What happened to the venom-spitting adder we used to know and hate? He's possessed! He's possessed! Alba certainly is pleased with the change, but forgive me for not buying this all too convenient transformation. Good he's not listening to this conversation. Simply showing the world that Avalace actually existed will not validate the claims chronicled in the derived papers. That is correct, Father. The key lies with Ramza Beloviv. If only we could find the evidence of his hidden role in history, it'll prove Oran's testimony true and safeguard our family's name from ridicule. I don't know why it matters at this point in junction. Which is why I turned the focus of my research to Delina's forgotten companion and his actions during the War of the Lions. It was only then that I discovered some most intriguing, an underlying struggle with unknown force, a force with the power to bring about a calamitous ruin. The Asians? Arasite, the twisted abominations we encountered in both Lysalia and the Clockwork City, the Lukavi are born of these unholy crystals. While nobles of the north and south squabbled over Avalace's crown, Ramza silently sought to rid the world of a darker evil. Evil manifestation from the deepest desires of men and women, whose minds have fallen to prey to the Arasite. And with each confrontation did Rasma's fellowship grow smaller, countless companions lost to a cause that will go unwritten, yet was far more important than any clash of armies. And so they endure upon reaching their final destination, Orborn Monastery? Oh, I know this one. The monastery where Princess Olivia was raised. There's a scene about it in the Zodiac Brave story. After Lita emerged victorious in his final campaign, he married the princess to legitimize his claim to the throne of Avalice. Ah, I see someone's been paying attention, finally. But I don't understand. Why would Ramza's crusade against the Laves take him back there? According to the Durai papers, the sinister being who engendered the Arasite said to have slumbered beneath the monastery. Huh. But who or what would have the means to create something so powerful? Ultima, the High Seraphim. Fun. How many Ultimas are there, fucking hell? Ultima weapon, about a Seraphim? What's a Seraphim? A very, very angry angel. Seraphims to believe to be some to these servants of God, divine beings whose only purpose is to carry out the will of their immortal masters. Whether or not Ultima can claim the title, however, I cannot say. Just as those who chose to worship Ultima and her otherworldly magic, there is equal as many as that feared the visitor and her deadly magics, and often referred to as the Angel of Blood, for the carnage left in her wake. This sounds like a fun fight coming up. Interesting. What if the spell Ishnai claims to have experienced in the Praetorium, coincidentally also called Ultima, was in fact an elegant interpretation of the very magics introduced to Heidelin by the High Seraphim? But that would mean, what would that mean? Being that I don't have Heidelin's blessing in the same way, we're fucked. I have spoken with several colleagues back in the Charlian regarding their opinions on the ancient incantation, and while they have yet little to show for their research, they all agree on one thing. The manner in which Ultima etherically manifests should not be possible, at least on Heidelin. So it would make sense if we discovered that Alligans learned the spell from a being not of this dimensional plane. As to exactly how they convinced them to being to impart the knowledge onto them. Not of this plane. What matter creature are we talking about? Well, it's not maybe a void scent or not. I mean, there's a few echoes that have died. I mean, different shards that have died, so. Oh, hi, Sid. Deus Ex Cinema. I would say, Deus Ex Cinema? How long have you been listening from the shadows, my friend? Probably not that long because the door just opened, therefore he couldn't hear anything. But I mean, go on, game. Long enough, I'm here to deliver the item Mikoto requested. Sid, there's no need for you to deliver it personally. A Moogle would have sufficed. A Moogle? And not trust him he won't tear open the package and show it to some random adventurer? There is a long Moogle quest line involving that. You get a kind of cute hat with it. A postman's hat. No, this is far too important. If you two don't mind, the principal was just telling us about how to find Osborne Monastery. What that I could. You don't know them? Then what have we been doing here? Talking? Conversing? Ignoring the fact that 2 people are currently possessed on this fucking ship? How do you use, lady, reporter? The Durai papers speak of a cataract situated on the river of Zerseli, several leagues southeast of Radabaster. There supposedly lies the monastery. The area is not named for you'll find in any Dalmascan map. Rivers, however, especially ones as large as this, is established to be a rare in a nation more than half claimed by the sand. The river we seek can only be which bisects Glamour and the Nagzayan border. And for that valuable information, we owe our thanks to our brothers Mughals. Their travels made them veritable authorities on the Damascan geography. So that's the reason why you're being nice to them suddenly. Wait, but earlier you claimed you didn't know the monastery's whereabouts. I am confused. The location is not what concerns me, but perhaps the Mughals themselves should explain. You're going about a fucking roundabout way of saying this shit.
Why, certainly. The verdant valley of vines and vipers is to where we must voyage next. It's the home to the Vera. And there lies our little problem. The one thing Vera do not suffer is trespassers. Not even lovable Mughals, Kupo.
Our glamours keep us hidden long enough to see the
Jungle was teeming with ruins, just like we discovered in other locations, but the Vera trekkers eventually found us and took us before their elders. We barely escaped with their palms, Kupo!
So that's why we are still here talking instead of bound for the border. There are Viera who have spurned the strict code of their tribes, abandoning their people to come live with the cities of Damaska. Finding and recruiting one to our cause might prove us with insight on how to reach Osborne unnecessary errands. Unfortunately, the nation's current turmoil has not made it easy to accomplish this task. We still require more time. Good that one will show up at our door. Give it a few moments. Or quests. Before boarding the shuttle here, I was stopped by a banga on the deck. Docks. He asked if I knew an Ishnai Ciarfox and bid I deliver her a message. Cool. I told him he was welcome to accompany onto the Prima Vista so that he might deliver the message himself, but the man refused. Mokoto, I saw this device you crafted to your exact specifications, but I cannot guarantee it'll function as intended, seeing that it has nary a subject to test on. Of course, Master Sid. If any trouble is met, then most likely it is my design that is to blame. Your confidence in my craftsmanship is flattering, but you sell yourself too short, my dear. Here's to your success. Good day! Good day, my dear. Good day. What was the thing the man wanted me to say? Or does it hand you me a message for that? There's no question that Avalais once stood upon the lands we now call Damascus, but with the passage of time have remnants of those eras passed and faded beyond recognition. If only the great library at Rabmaster was still stood. My knowledge is limited, but is there aught you ask? No, I'm good. Both Mont Blanc and his brother Herdy have provided invaluable to our expedition. I owe them my thanks. And I suppose an apology. I admit when they first arrived, I was wary of their ability to contribute to the cause. However, over the past moons, they have done their damnedest to prove me wrong. I used to believe that we Garleans were inherently better than, well, everyone else. I suppose a part of me still does. It was what I was raised to believe. It's what all Garlean children are. If only only now have I begun to realize the fool I was. Our exile here has forced me to face the arrogance that has controlled my whole life. And what I found is that I was simply frightened. Frightened of the change, frightened of admitting I was weak. So I lashed out, and I'm sorry that you, Mont Blanc, and Boagi, and the others had to suffer.
I have no issue with Redmond's unexpected change of heart, just with how it actually came about. I fear it might be the Arasite playing with his heart, Kupo. I sensed a surge of aether the precise moment he came in contact with the necklace. Though that surge has since passed, Kupo. You won't believe this, but since our time together in the Clockwork City, Ramza and I have grown inseparable. Why, I consider him closer companion now than even my good brother Herdy. Just don't let Herdy know that, Kubo.
Good thing he can't hear you. Something obviously is very wrong with poor Alma. Why her father doesn't seem to pay her condition much mind is something we should all be wary of. I know, right? Oh, hello there. Are those engines I hear? I do hope we're bound somewhere exciting. I mean, I guess. The body is but a vessel for the soul, a puppet which bends to the soul? Something. Lo, the body is not eternal for. Ah, you must forgive me, Ishnai. I was lost in my work. Several of my patrons are expecting returns for their considerable investments, you see. But, my friend, why the hurry? There's little in this world more important than a chest of steel, unless it's calves of granite. Do you care to join me in a few thousand lunges? Your body will thank you in the morning, as will your lover. Ha ha ha. Laughing on you, I have a harem. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. I must say limber as ever. Why, for the stage, of course. I mean, what do you think I meant? I didn't think anything more than the stage. At first we thought Alma was merely a tad under the weather. Winds up here can prove quite chilly, but now... I took in a performance at the Mikosa the other day, and must say, it was quite an experience. I, of course, had no idea what was going on, but it all sounded brilliant. The local courtesan who accompanied me explained it was a tale of 13 samurai, Ronin, I believe she called them, who embarked on a journey to avenge their slain lord. All in all, 'twas a bloody affair that ended in the death of everyone, save a tiny fellow in charge of the lighting. But the audience were on their feet cheering for more. Principal Jonas claims that the rifts twixt between any two cultures can be bridged through the telling of tales, though I worry that anyone who would cheer on an ignoble death in the service of one already dead would be able to appreciate aught which would offer them here on the Prima Vista. Oh, I said that aloud, didn't I? How careless of me. Racist! 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 Alpha. Records found. Wait, does this mean I can get the view of it? Oh, no. That's not what I was looking. Before Sid left, he handed me another of his quirk contraptions. Mumbled something about being a modified version of the elegant storage node. Would you care to listen? So it's everything that changes over the time, since all of them change how they talk. I did it, friend! I took our principal's word to heart and spent a moon traveling the isles of the Ruby Sea. I eventually ended up in Okokoro, where I was taken in by a merry band of Confederates. What characters they all were. We feasted and drank till morning, singing the songs of our people. When the Prima Vista first arrived in Kagane, I told myself I would not let my grief overcome me. I put my head down and concentrated on my craft. It was not until much later I realized that by paying the grief no heed, I allowed it to swell like a storm head in winter. But now I've found that I can be happy once more, or at least try to be. My thoughts adrift to my brothers in Garlemald. I fear they think I have somehow abandoned them. I sense you're interested in the package Sid delivered. I have every package, hardy heart, to apprise you of its contents, but first we should speak of Alma's condition. Oh, good that you're with me on that one. Do you find her illness all too timely? Yes. Jeremus and Rasma would like to believe it's her bout of vertigo or not but a result of a mind fatigue, but the answer is clear. It is the Arasite that plagues her. Why am I looking surprised at that? Alma recently confided in me that she would hear her father speaking with Otius, well before even his first foray into Rabanester. However, I do not think this is entirely true. Which is not to imply Alma is trying to deceive us. Rather, I think she saw something that led her to believe her father was conversing with the Arasite. Moreover, I suspect it was the Arasite granting her this vision. I had a sinking suspicion that it was her rather than her father. You recall my hypothesis on the distinct frequency of NRR-type harmonic vibrations and their tendency to promote ethereal amplification? Or when I mentioned that despite being in the principal's possession for an extended period of time, the Otis exhibits none of the imprinting presence in Duma, no? The Otis has never resounded with Jeremus. It has always been his wife's pendant and the Arasite shard, the Virgo, that has fueled his passion for the Avalace. No, Otis is bound to Alma's deepest desires, whatever those might be, to make her father and brother happy. I'm spitballing here. The only reason I can fathom that Alma has not fallen victim to the Arasite's grasp is that her desires are not as strong as those we've witnessed in our Guth or Baganan. That and the ethereal interference caused by the other shards nearby. I have explained this all to Alma and recommended she destroy the necklace. Yet not only did she refuse, but she begged me to keep this revelation from her father. Oh, we have the One Ring situation. Kinda. And so I did the only thing I could. I devised a mean by which I might impede or at least lessen the effects of Dotius. This device, while still incomplete, will amplify the NRR waves emitted by the Virgo. It should work to interfere by those emitted by the Otis, thereby shielding Alma from the brunt of their effect. This isn't going to get broken or anything, or go wrong or anything. The city below is with the word of a Vanga brigade loitering around the airship landing. Think it could be someone we know, Kupo? Oh, never. Also, literally, Sid said that there was somebody below that had a message for me, but Sid never gave me the fucking message. Mont Blanc.
It was Bawagi and his companions. Perhaps they know of the Osborne Monastery. Sky pirates are bound to have traveled the whole of Damascus on their many misdeeds.
Or they know of Fran. Apologies, Ishnai, but I need to speak to you, and you alone. Sorry, Mont Blanc.
Don't mind me, Kupo. I'll just be here floating over here in perfect earshot.
Why you? What makes you think that I won't lay you low right here and now?
Because we're here to offer you a proposition, that's what. We need information on the Galmore jungle. And though this man is as well traveled as you might be persuaded to provide some. And thought a man is well traveled, you might be persuaded to provide some.
God, he has a kind of silver tongue when he needs it. Galmore? You of all creatures should know that that is Vieira land. What are you offering then?
Wait, the opportunity to tell us what you know. Jeremus believes our next adventure lies beyond the jungle, Kupo. Can it be, Kupo?
I should have expected as much. Very well, Ishnai. I came to ask if you would meet someone. Now it seems that someone may be able to assist Jeremus as well. Seeing as you and the principal did right by us before, I do not see a reason why I cannot take both of you.
That was far easier than I thought it would be, Kupo.
Let me know when you're ready to depart for Abadaster. We will travel by our airship. The Prima Vista will draw too much unwanted attention. I'm not being kidnapped. I'm not being kidnapped. I'm not being kidnapped. I'm not being kidnapped. Yes, cat. I can pet you right now. I can pet you right now. Sorry.
Back to the life at Brigady within the crowds, are we?
Well, I was a part of the Sky Pirates earlier. Of course not. Not that didn't cross our minds, but when faced with the decision of what to do next, we needed simply to remember the dying words of our leader. Rinko. Okay. And I decided to re-enlist in the Damascan Fusers.
And the occupying Garleans actually said yes, Kupo?
Not exactly. We're now with the Resistance. Why are you so surprised? It's not like... You no doubt heard of the uprising in Damascus that followed the Doman liberation. And well, we're hearing about it now, and how it was crushed under the iron heel of the Fourth Legion. The resistance leaders were captured, tortured, and publicly executed. Yet, much to the Empire's chagrin, the gruesome display only served to further rally the survivors. Remove one head, two grow back in its place. Remove two, and then there's four. A person can die, but an ideal will live on. Yes, V from V for Vendetta. Now there exist several factions throughout Dalmasca. We belong to one known as the Lin's Tears. And when we told our commanding officer of our recent crossing with you and yours, she simply insisted we introduce you.
Me? But I wasn't even supposed to be here, Koopa.
Keep those delusions of grandeur there. Not you, hairball. Her! Meet with the general and hear her proposal, Ishnai. If you're not interested, we shall return you to Kugane, unharmed. You have our... We're about to be shot down, aren't we?
Curl got your tongue?
Ranabaster, dead ahead, lads. Are we about to be shot from the sky? This way. We have many mounds to cover before nightfall. Does it matter if we're in here? Because it's lit, whether it's night or not. Hi, Fran! Oh. I've done it, but done as asked. I bring you the Liberator. Vivivo Veto. And here I thought she'd be taller. People keep saying that, and I wish I could make my character shorter. That doesn't mean that I'll turn into a Lalafell, though. So it's, I know it's a joke about, you know, pulling from Star Wars. But the other thing I've said before is often the bosses in this game, even if they're, you know, supposed to be human and all this other stuff, are still far bigger than your character.
I knew it, Aviera.
I am Fran, proud daughter of Damasca and general of Lin's Tears. And yes, Moogle, I am a Viera. Are you surprised? I don't remember which accent she had, so...
Why, yes, in fact I am. Her kind are all supposed to be living amongst the trees, having shunned contact with the outer world, Kupo. There are supposedly a few who have left their homes, but I'm most certain do not expect to see one here in the sewer.
Indeed. I might go with French just cause. This bugger claims that you speak Osbon. Does he speak true? Those ruins lay deep within Gallimore jungle, a place most sacred to my sisters. They would take great offense if you were to defile it with your presence. I jump between two different accents there! What's more is Wagi tells me you travel with the Garleans, openly aiding those who would see our nation burn. How can we place our trust in one who would do such? My blade has tasted the blood of too many Garleans to count. And then you know the Empire and its people are one and the same. When you say an enemy of hero soldier, you're not slaying an individual, you're slaying the enemies. Your companions, Liberator, are the enemy, despite their supposed change of heart.
You misunderstand. Kind Jeromus doesn't approve of the Empire's warmongering. He wants to help Damaska and its impoverished masses, Kobo.
And what would a Moogle know of my people? Does your blood run Damaska red? We could cut you open and find out. General, there's no need for threats. You can step on me, though. You're right, Bawagi. Let us then parley. Parley?
Harley?
Parley. First, the resistance requires men and women from Doma, and the Eorzean Alliance to join us in ridding Damaska of its Imperial invaders. Your past deeds have made you well known to the leaders of both. They will listen to you, or if not, they will listen to these scions to which you claim allegiance. Second, the resistance requires gold to strengthen our forces within. Your allies are in bed with the Bat Company, Amazon, which continues to deal with Garlemald, even as you raise your sword against them, profiting from the Empire's rampant aggression. As targets of that aggression, I believe my people are entitled to a portion of those profits. Grant me these simple things, and I shall personally guide you safely to the ruins of Osborne.
What of the Lixentails?
See me to victory, and I'll take the Emperor himself. Well, I killed his son. Those are my conditions. What do you say? I will deliver your request to the Scions, but I can promise no more. Tell them my demands, but know the fate of your expedition hangs on how well you do so.
I'd say we have our work cut out for us, Kobo.
Bawagi, you and Euphistils are to accompany the Liberator. I expect a detailed report on how my demands are received. Yes, General. Step on me, step on me, step on me, step on me, step on me. Not that I expect them to be taken seriously. You are a fool to trust them, Princess. Ash is alive? Ash is alive? Or are you just praying to... I finally come to accept Bagana's gone for good, but I'll never forget how I met his end. I cannot allow my hatred to consume me as it did him. The General is not too bad once you get on her good side. Her only good side being her backside, but you didn't hear that from me. I like the front just as much. I also like the step on me part. You know, viewing her, from the ground. Don't be put off by Lady Fran. The General has quite the edge to her, but it's only because she wants the best for the Resistance.
What an adventure, Kupo! Just think, by tomorrow, I'll be the newest members of the Damascan Resistance. Not that I'm ready to give up on my place on the Prima Vista just yet. If I don't tell someone our adventure quick, positively burst, Kupo!
Welcome to their jungle.
Let me tell them and say, let me go.
Okay, same thing. This woman asks much of us. The Viera have ever been wary of outsiders. For centuries, their tribes have remained hidden in the jungles, content with their self-imposed solitude. Each tribe has its own strict code, and will make swift punishment to any who would defy these laws. As such, many Viera would spend her life bound to the territories of her ancestors, both unwilling and unable to venture beyond its borders. While these tribes are wholly independent, they have agreed to uphold a single standard: shun all contact with the outside world unless it is to protect the jungle. That said, with every generation of those who are Viera, who long for a life beyond the verdant sea of trees, and abandon their tribes to start a new life in the kingdom cities. My guess is this Fran is one such individual. Or maybe... Or maybe something about, you know, the Garlemians coming along and pissing her off.
Who also happens to be the only individual who knows who can guide us to the monastery, Kupo.
It seems Ishnai's sword arm won't be enough to see us through this predicament. She'll need to don the right mantle of diplomat if we are to convince the allies and and Amazon to grant us aid. What could go wrong? Don't look the autistic person here. Oh, my response. I'll go get Alphino. Oh, do I actually use the Pro Link so I don't have to walk back and forth? Okay, return to the Waking Sands. Hancock. Yes, I know you said not to call unless it was urgent, but this is urgent. Alright, not exactly, but my superiors have come to a decision in your request, and I thought you might want to hear what they had to say. Oh, and let me preempt any request for immediate disclosure with a reminder that the information is much too sensitive to discuss over Prolink. Meet me at the Ruby Bazaar post-haste and I will duly apprise you of their judgment. Well then, Ishnai, what are we waiting for? It saddens me that I cannot be of any aid. You have every right to think of me weak, Ishnai, for I am. At least I might admit it. I don't like this.
Has my brother been behaving? And here I ask this already knowing the answer, Kupo. A trip to Ruby Bazaar? Will there be refreshments? No? Well then count me out, Kupo.
I pray for your success, Ishnai. Not because I am a man of religious tendencies, mind you. It simply feels like the proper thing to do in these sorts of situations. Now, is there aught you want to ask me? No. The device is operational, but its ethereal output is still far below what could be deemed optimal. I shall require more time to calibrate it. The Viera possess a beauty that cannot be matched by other races, yet how they stalk the jungle with those stilettos, perhaps we will never know. Agreed. But does it really matter? No! It must feed on the flesh of others, lest it return to the dust whence it came. Therefore the soul must deceive, despise, and murder something. Oh, what is that, you ask? Oh, a little something commissioned by a local noble. It has been several moons since I've accepted his coin, so I figured 'twas high time I put pen to parchment. Is there what? Oh. Where is this Viera you speak of? Not much in the way of meat on their bones, nor is there the surfeit of unnecessary flesh. Their arms, their thighs, their hips, they're all one finely sculpted goddesses, unlike those mages of Amapur once carved from Albathian's bounty, for it is the magic in their limbs, a magic set to my very loins of flame. I mean, yes, I am simping over Viera, but I mean, whatever is he waiting for? A signed invitation to my chambers? Pah, unless... Perhaps I should send the signed invitation. No, he would think me too forward, or would he? Eavesdropping on a maiden's private musing? How graceless of you, Ishnai! You were doing it aloud! Of course I heard of the Viera. Where do you think I got the ideas for half the company's wardrobes? I respect you, my lady. You spoke with the Viera, you say? How exotic. I recall reading that following the Empire's occupation of Damaska, several Imperial armor units were sent into the jungles to round up the hares and bring them to Ranabastar. As you might imagine, only a few of the soldiers returned, and the few Viera with them appear to have followed of their own volition. Those Viera have taken up resistance in the city tend to be held in high regard. Their small numbers lead to their air of mystery. It's not unheard of for members of the upper class to part with great deals of their wealth simply to be seen with one of these elusive ladies. She could consider herself lucky to make this Fran's acquaintance. My friend, perhaps with a nudge or two, she might consider. No! Leader of the Resistance, you said? Pa, she'll have time for that between rehearsals. It's mine. Absolutely, my Dommy Bunny. Be quite luck when the topic turns to Avestian legend. I often find myself dozing off after the first few invocations of the phrase, according to the Durai papers. Fortunately, these elegant notes allow us to pretend we never took that nap. While the Empire provides the people she conquers with a path to citizenship, there's a definite disparity when it compared to the opportunities granted true-blood Garleans. It is sad, but there are many who believe it is natural for a conquering race to claim itself superior to another. However, not all Garleans are as foolish, and many would work to see this disparity narrowed, Garleans like Principal Jeromus. Still, for those who living in occupied provinces, the prospect of a life as a second or even third-class citizen is more than enough cause to kindle the flames of revolution in even the meekest of hearts. And it is these flames that ultimately feed the fire of change. This is all must be especially difficult for the Viera. Despite their differences in cultures and appearance, they have long been accepted by the Domeskins, treated as equals. Now, though we've forsaken our homes, it does not change the fact that many on the Prima Vista claim Garlean heritage. Given her recent hardships, Lady Fran has every right to be weary of us. I'll allow her time she needs to come to her own conclusions as to our intentions. Oh, dearest brothers, will you forgive me? Come to gloat over this accord with the Damascan resistance? They are traitors, and allying ourselves with such rabble would tantamount to treason. Not that you would care. Your mission has ever been to see my people underfoot. Leave me be. Yeah, sure, whatever. I want to see. PR culture. Ah, yes, I've learned much of the Luporine folk during my travels, so let us start off with the most basic of details. There exist two distinct clans, the light-skinned Vina Viera and the dark-skinned Riva Viera. The word Viera itself means people of the woods, and true to the name, both Viva and Vina make their homes exclusively in Gulmore jungle, or primitive forests which line the southwest hills of the Skatai Range, respectively. Until recently, perhaps in the past several generations, a Viera living outside her homeland was unheard of, and those who abandoned their tribes were branded outcasts. You see, the Viera follow a strict code called the Green Word that binds them to their lands and prohibits all contact with the outside world unless absolutely necessary. Similar to that of the Makote Keepers of the Moon, my clan, the Viera's societal hierarchy is strictly matriarchal. You'll find no males in the villages of both the Vienna and Riva, let alone in positions of power. Yet that does not mean they don't play important roles in Viera's society. Males take up the mantle of wood warder, protectors of the forest, and serve their tribes by seeing no evil encroach on their tribe's sacred demesne. Males, for the most part, are reclusive, shunning contact with even their own kin, save for the rare occasion when they return to their village of birth to sow their seed and to claim any boys who have reached adulthood. But I shall speak of that queer custom at length later. In other words, tread not in the woods in hopes of finding a male Viera, for you'll be met with naught but disappointment or worse, death. Well, I mean, until now. This, however, does not discredit the martial prowess of female Viera. The women of the wood are as formidable as the men, and merely choose to devote their attention to the protection of their hearth and young. Without a supportive community, the males must constantly struggle to survive. Food, clothing, weapons, medicine, all must be procured or crafted by the individual without the aid of another. The male lives alone and dies alone, and this has gone unchanged for countless generations. That's sad. I've spent many a moon in the desert sapphire, where I saw all manner of wondrous creatures, and not once did I lay my eyes on a male Viera, nor did I hear of one living in the city. They simply do not exist to us. You know, if I remember correctly, the developers went out of their way to make. Well, I mean, the um those in control of creating characters went out of their way to be able to create the Viera males on their own time, free time kind of thing, which is amazing. They felt so strongly about it. Simply do not exist to us. Psychology. For the Viera, the hands of time move far more leisurely paced than it does for the rest of us. Where a hero might consider themselves fortunate to say 80 winters before her return to the live stream, a Viera can endure up to 12 scores or more. It's estimated that upwards of 8 to 10 Viera are born female, though it is not until at least the 13th name day, when the individual moves from the adolescence to adulthood, that the individual's gender becomes apparent. Then for the next 2 centuries, with the Viera maintaining physical youth, rendering it nigh impossible to discern one's age simply from outward appearances. When it is revealed that a Viera kit is a male, then it would be given over to the care of another, where it may learn the ways of the wood warder, protectors of the forest. Once every 3 to 5 summers, a male Viera will descend from the trees to a nearby village to mate. It is at this time, if there are any recently discovered jacks still living amongst the females, that the older male will make them his wards and teach them how to survive without the crutch of companionship. Only following countless seasons of training and strict adherence to the greenwood would the students themselves earn the title of master and be allowed to seek solitude. More than a few will perish during this brutal rite of passage, further thinning the tribe's male until only those of the strongest seed remain. As I explained before, the duty of a male Viera, a wood warder, is to see that their tribe's nemesis remains untouched by the destructive whims of outsiders. Yet they do so from the shadows, often choosing to shoot first and not even bother with asking questions. The females, on the other hand, are much more open in their relationship with the wood. Though I use the term open in the most looseless of senses, more than simply defend the forest, they also seek to nurture it, clearing the overgrowth, removing falling trees, planting seeds, eradicating vermin. Efforts by the past kings to bring the Viera lands under Damascan rules has been met with either indifference or violence. As of late, Radamaster has suffered the Viera their own governance, but the promise the villages will not take up their bows against the throne. When I was younger, and far more fool than I am now, I asked a Viera if she did not find her tribe's ways awkward. Was it not within the order for males and females of a species to coexist? The woman answered me thus: the value of coexistence will not be found near a loincloth. Long as our kind endure, understanding the distance between the two bodies does not dictate the distance between two souls. That's interesting. I've read about how you united the whole of Eorzea under a single standard and convinced the Holy See to end a 1,000-year war by murdering the Pope. Compared to that, asking for a few soldiers and a coffer or 3 of gil should be a piece of Weldenberry cake. I'm not the one that did the negotiating and diplomacy. They just sent me out to kill things. I suppose we should inform Bogwagi down at Kagane Landing of our progress. He mentioned he was keeping an eye on us. I've informed Bogwagi of our situation. We're ready to make for the Ruby Bazaar when you are. Same statement. You've answered from Amazon already. Impressive. Would seem that the Lady Fran has underestimated your influence among the realm's players. I assume you have no objections to me joining you then. Something privacy. Contracts. Rokano will stay here near the airship. Our last foray into the city was met with one too many cold stares for my liking. Vessels such as ours require extensive maintenance to remain skyworthy. You and Bogwagi take as long as you need. Sir Cheese Puff. Whenever you're ready, Ishnai. Hancock awaits us in the bazaar. Shall we, Ishnai? Surprised I have to enter this way. A lovely lady and a Vanga, and here I was expecting you'd be alone, Ishnai. Ah, but excuse my manners. I am Hancock, representative of Amazon, assigned to oversee her assets here in Kugane. It's a pleasure to meet you. I am Yaguri. We apologize for making you come all this way. Not that it's far from the landing too. Ahem. Bogwagi, is it? I serve Lord Hien, rightful ruler of Doma. I come bearing my lord's reply to your entreaty.
Hey y'all, how are you?
Thank you so much for the raid! What were you playing? Gotta read and run. Have a good. All right, I hope you sleep well, and I hope your next day goes well too. They were playing Kingdom Hearts. Nice. I am Tataru Taru of the Scions of the Seventh Dawn. I'm only here to seeing as no one else could be bothered. Hey, I'm here though. Well, that and to bear a message from the leaders of the Alliance. Thank you both for coming. I am Bawagi, formerly of the Damascan Royal Fusers. Like the first Kingdom Hearts? I now claim allegiance to Lin Tears, a resistance group seeking to accomplish what you have in Doma and Alamigo. What tidings have you brought us? First Kingdom Hearts. Nice! Allow me to begin with. Well, Amazon Company sympathizes with your plight. We are not in a position to grant you funding you seek. As you are aware, Amazon Company prides itself in neutrality, be it in matters of political or personal. And while our relationship with the Eorzean Alliance, yes, I meant to say here in Higanshi, the Amazon Company prides itself on neutrality, be it in matters of politics and our... You must understand our position. Simply supplying coin to any one group would make it appear as though we're providing somehow favor than the other group over another group. Seeing as we conduct business openly and fairly with everyone, doing so would send the wrong message and ultimately harm profits, yes. And by selling to both sides, you maximize profits while good men and women perish. How convenient. She's not wrong. We are a business, milady, and we do what we must to survive. That does not mean, however, we are blind to the needs of our customers or our allies, which is why we support the Eorzean Alliance and their noble efforts to safeguard their realm's freedom through a mutually beneficial arrangement. If it were my choice, I would provide your little resistance with all the funding it needs, but as my good friend Ishnai knows all too well, it is not my choice. Now that Hancock's thoroughly lowered your spirits, you won't be as crestfallen when I inform you the Eorzean Alliance will also be unable to provide any assistance. And let me guess, you did everything in your power to try and convince the leaders of each city-state, only to watch as they politely declined our proposal, claiming an unfortunate lack of intelligence or resources. Wait, how did you... Your hand sends his greetings to you and yours. In other normal circumstances, would welcome allies still suffering under imperial yoke. However, word has it that the latest attempts to reclaiming your kingdom ended in failure, resulting in the loss of countless lives, including many of the resistance leaders. You are not mistaken. Our army is not what it once was. Those remaining have been forced to take refuge deep beneath the streets of Redabaster. The 4th Legion has already defeated you once. Lacking unity and leadership, the current resistance will not survive another tilt against the Empire's discipline and ranks. If Doma is to join hands with Damask as an ally, you must first prove to us that you will stand as one. Doma is a full-fledged ally would serve far better than to strengthen our cause than a few temporary soldiers. Yet even if we are able to wrest Damaska from the Empire's grasp, without unity amongst your people, the resulting chaos could prove even more perilous to the kingdom. You understand much of our situation. It's based on that understanding. You will refuse your aid to Lynn's tears, am I correct? Do not mistake me. Lord Hien's refusal is but a message to help you plan your next step. You have a wise master. He understands that without proper planning, driving one enemies from your midst simply creates room for the next. Lady Fran will no doubt be pleased to hear your response is exactly what she expected. You knew this whole time your demands would be rejected, yet you still let this farce play out? Better to know than not know. You have my apologies, but this was all necessary to prove an important point to our leader. Lady Fran needed to show the princess exactly what she was getting herself into, and your honesty today will serve us better than any hollow promise. Thank you. Wait, what about the Gomorrah jungle? Can you believe this? We're right back where we started. Principal Jamonis will not be pleased. I mean, I really wasn't expecting anything else. I walked past the teleportation thing, didn't I? Oh well. So probably should repair. Oh, I already did that. Good that my memory kept up with me on that. I wonder if anybody has disappeared. If it is as you say, it is most unfortunate. but I suppose we did everything in our power, and that is all one could ask. I still don't understand. Why would Lady Fran send Ishnai on this wild pizzazz chase if she knew from the start it would be for naught? It's to know where everybody stands rather than having a hope about it. To be under no illusion of where people stand on it. Raga mentioned something about Fan proving your point to their leader, whoever that might be. People in positions of power can prove both naive and stubborn creatures. Simply telling the leader she is wrong may not convince her of the fact. Seeing one's own plan fail, however, is often the best medicine. Naive and stubborn? Then the resistance is doomed. I don't know.
If a person is posing as Fran is taking orders from her, then chances this leader is even worse, Kopo.
I would not be so certain, Mont Blanc. My guess is the individual in question is still quite young and inexperienced, and that Lady Fran is trying to teach her to be an effective leader through example. By allowing her to make her own mistakes, Fran is granting her the ability to learn and grow from them. An experience that will ultimately benefit her when the time comes to make some truly difficult decisions. Now, I seem to recall reading one of the many faces of the resistance. That one of the many faces of the resistance before the recent quelling was a young girl of royal blood. Do you suppose? You may cease with your baseless presumptions, defector. The door was open. I doubt that, but go on. Being that it's an automatic door. And you would be? Hot. I mean, Fran. I will be here on orders from the leader of Lynn's Tears, against my better judgment, mind you. Greetings, Lady Fran, I presume. I am Jeremus Lindsdale, principal of the Majestic Theater Company. You and your colleagues are most welcome to the Prima Vista. What is it your leader would have of us? While you failed in meeting even a single of our demands, she recognizes that you were sincere in your attempts to see them fulfilled, and for that effort, you are to be compensated. That is most generous. Also, that screen that shot earlier was very generous. Thank you very much. The ruins of which you seek are hidden behind a waterfall here, a point roughly equivalent from the river's source and its delta. You have our thanks, Lady Fran. We'll not forget this kindness. Father, I shall plot a course immediately. Ransma, what's going on here? Alma, you should be in bed. I've slept enough, brother. Tell me, who are our guests? It appears you once again prepare to leap into the danger's maw. Keep your wits about you, Ishnai. Lady Fran is strong, but then again, so is Bagamon. If you'll excuse me. Are you mad? A trip to the surface in your condition? You're gonna be possessed still. Also, I realized, I think that claw up above in the ceiling thing, it's been slowly being finished throughout this entire quest line. Listen to me, brother. The High Seraphim beckons. She speaks to me through Otis. Oh, yes. The what? There's no need to worry. Mikoto and I have already devised a plan. I can help clear our family's name. The Charlian has no say in this. I am your father, and I insist you remain here on the airship. What would your mother say if I allowed aught to befall you? Mother? That is what this is all about, isn't it? It's what it's always been about. You care not for Avaras or the Aura name. No, you only seek to use the Aurasite to bring Mother back. But you haven't been able to do that. You still do not understand how exactly it is that the shards translate one's desires to reality. That's where I can help. I can ask the High Seraphim. It is she who creates the Arasai. This is going to be no different than the Primal bringing back alive people. Ultima has bid me to come to her place of imprisonment. If we free her, she'll reveal to us the secrets of her creation. Nothing bad about that. Do you hear what you're saying, Alma? Even if there was the slightest chance of bringing Mother back, we cannot risk your life in doing so. Your brother is right. We have sacrificed too much already. I cannot bear the thought of losing you. Either of you. It's too late. Of course. I'm so lonely, Father. Why must you love Ransma more than you do me? Don't be cousins by your daughter's words. They are not her own. No. Cat. Oh, look, a portal. Oh, look. Help me, Ransom! Alma! No, no! Buzz for Fend. I told you, no one can control the power within those shards. No one. Ishnai, here, take this. It might be the only thing that can save Alma, but we must hurry to the monastery. Come, we leave for Gulmore Jungle now. Maybe now that she's been, stolen, you might actually have more respect for your sister, treat her better. Sorry, 1 second. The fuck? Sorry, I'm just somebody. I mean, I'm not much one for politics. Holy fuck. Okay, come on. I don't care. Give me the news on this. Trump's ear shot at rally in assassination attempt. Gunman killed. I mean, I'm not a fan of anyone, but I mean, damn. One Spectre at the rally is dead, 2 are in serious condition. Multiple shots towards the stage approximately 6:15 p.m. The shooter was in an elevated position outside the rally. The fuck? Like I said, doesn't matter. It should be assassination. So it should be voted in. rather than, you know, assassinated kind of thing when it comes to politics. Voice of the people.
I think we saw enough to prove Ultima is no angel, Cobal, but if she's not, then what is she?
A void scent. It was a power I sensed beyond the rift. Was that the High Seraphim? I told her this was a mistake. Now look what happened. If you were wise too, you toss all the remaining shards into Hell's lid and cut your losses. But you're no more wisdom than Gaban. That's why the High Seraphim's already won. Well, I'm gonna throw this out there. I also have no survival instincts. I was secretly hoping you'd regale me with tales of the Viera and their tribe's strange ways, but now I fear it's not the proper times. I haven't actually been to their tribe's strange ways. I mean, and there's this other person that could talk about it. Perhaps another day, when the principal's daughter is safe. Nothing will become of Alma, will it? I cannot imagine the Prima Vista without her. Keep away! I'm not about to be whisked away into the void by some strange portal you've gone and dragged onto the ship. Shoo! Would you mind telling me what that was and what it did to poor Alma? Dragged her into the void. Nothing to worry about? Nothing to worry about? Yes, Did I appear worried? Because I am anything but. Worried, that is. I am not. Sure. That was all the Aura site's doing? Such power. As I'm over there stretching. Never before have I stood in the presence of such power. The whole experience had my muscles a tingle. Yet I am not afraid, for with might that we stand against magic so foul. From both the principal and my husband, I've heard of a blight that is brought about by the Aura site. Could that portal we just witnessed be the means of spreading it? No, now's not the time for idle speculation. You must focus your efforts at the task at hand. She's married. Cool. Wait, I didn't talk to the wandering guy. Well, if what we witnessed was truly teleportation magic, then the amount of aether required to create a portal that large from such a distance would be surely immense. I've been such a fool, and now I've lost my daughter. Will you ever forgive me, Tia? Yeah, you've been such a fool. I've been saying it over here for a while. I cannot believe what I just witnessed. I won't believe it. I won't. It didn't happen. You're a reporter, woman.
What do we do? What do we do? We can't leave poor Alma because what those monsters go boo.
I have good news and bad news, Ishnai. The bad news is it appears the High Seraphim was able to employ the Otis as a catalyst to propel her magics beyond whatever seal she was trapped behind. Good news is it means that my device should still function as intended. Its design is based off of one of Moonbrighta's. It repurposes the logic behind her etheric siphon into means of disrupting aether flow by reversing common wavelengths and let's just say it has already been calibrated to match the energy emitted by the Otis. As long as Ultima continues to wield the Otis, we should be fine. Should be able to interfere. It only works if we find Alma, which is why we must make haste. That's the reason why I'm talking to all of y'all. We're making haste. Have I your permission to depart, Ishnai? Every moment we tarry here, my sister, she... Of course, Mesma. Then hold on. I'll set engines to full speed. Oh. Put an error in my calculations. Ooh, I missed something in the... 1 second. 1 second! I thought I was just gonna see a leaving screen. Apparently something happened. Because let's say, why is Alma on the couch there? Not what I'm... So I missed that then. Welcome to their jungle. Or I have to, you know... We'll get back to figuring out what happened there. I'm so sorry. I thought it was just going to be another one of those. Or... unable to... God damn it. Trying to play 3D chess on a 2D board. Yes, I know that doesn't make sense, kind of, sort of, unless we're talking about like a computer and it's like the... but viewing it from above or something. The boy father, well, I cannot imagine what he's going through, losing his daughter only to lose his son moments... that rough thing. If you need to find Ronzma, don't hesitate to ask for help. Would have gone would have wanted. More through an Adozo route, yet powerless to save Rasma from a face worse than a prop building. My mother muscles could not prevent such a misfortune, then pray what good are they for? You have made the obvious... It has been made obvious that the Aura site is beyond our control, beyond your control even. Its power must be contained, researched, and managed. There's only one who could accomplish such a task. Sid? You've returned with Alma. What a... Wait, there's someone missing? I'm seeing Alma back, but none the worse for wear. Now Razma is gone, missing. When will this end? When? I don't fucking know. Oh, Razma, his selfless act has now put his own life in danger. His brother... Has a brother never loved his sister more? Ah. When I was but a pup, I lived on the streets of Garlemald, or to be more precise, beneath the streets. My home was the sewers, and my family the countless other orphans who kept to the shadows, lest to be carted off to cerulean mines, or worse. At least they were my home until the Senate voted to seal them off. When the purge came, my brothers and I were given no choice but to flee, so we ran, until there was nowhere left to run. Fortunately, a handful of influential families took pity on our plight, and demanded the Empire see the care of these displaced children. For what's a nation's future, if not their children? Or so they argued. The Senate conceded and proposed a system that would provide aid for families that adopted these sewerlings. It was the Luxentane family that took me in, and for many summers I did work as an errand boy for their troop, while going to school and learning to play the flute. I suppose you could say that makes Ron and I brothers. Hey, Lone Wolf, how are you? Which is why I cannot bear to think what I would do if he was not to return. I beg of you, Ishnai, save him. Yes, it would appear that Ultima has abandoned Alma, only to take possession of her poor brother. But riddle me this, Ishnai! What type of being would require a mortal vessel? Correct, one without a corporeal body of its own. So the true question is, now that the High Seraphim is Razma, what exactly will she become? She's a void scent! You rescued Alma to watch Ozma take as instead. Promise me, Ishnai. Promise me you'll see if this is right. I kind of skipped over this, because I thought it was just a cutscene of the ship leaving, but it turns out it was more. So... I'll not see the same fate that befell, Ganon befell young Razma. We must do something, and quick. As I talk to everybody.
Poor Razma whisked away from under our very whiskers. What poor companions we make, Kubo! A poor companion will be ones who sat around whimpering while others worked to find a solution for their troubles, Kupo. We must act for Razma, for Dalmasca.
First Alma, now Razma, what does Ultima want? A body! The advice should have worked. Is Razma gone because an error in my calculations? Now Razma's gone. Oh dearest Tia, what have I done? What have I done? I wonder. Crestfallen, the thought is never see his son again. Lost cities of angels. We need to do something, but what course is left to us? It only means that we have to protect. Ahead of protecting ourselves, could not even prevent my son from. You know, staring at her might not change anything. I'm sorry, Dromus. My design was flawed. Not necessarily, Charlian. We all saw how it succeeded in drawing Alma back from the rift and shattering Otis. The loss of the boy is not yours to bear. Our focus should not be on our failures, but what we have learned from them. The being beyond the rift, it spoke of before claiming Razma. It referred to you as the blood of its invokers. Could it be your ancestors are responsible for Ultima's summoning? Most certainly not. I have discovered no such interference for dry papers. Besides, the tales of the High Seraphim existed before even the earliest of the Alvikian legends. Unless it's on the mother's side. Then who exactly did summon Ultima, and why does she think them your kin? Look!
I have a bad feeling about this, Kupo.
Yeah, why haven't we gotten rid of her necklace? Oh, look. Echo time.
Echo.
Yes, Fran. Did you not see the title of this? Simping for Fran? Rasma dead? You lie about as well as you carry yourself in battle, Aran. I did not say he was dead, my lord Dileta. Merely he has abandoned his mortal vessel, entrusting his ethereal soul to the Arasite. But not would he do such a thing. Peace has finally come to Avalace. There's not to be had for further sacrifice. The kingdom was won, and the victory is as much his as it is mine. He risked his life and limb to shield me from the dark, and would have seen me perish. That would have seen me perish. Without him, I would not be standing here before you. It is my duty as both king and colleague to see him be saved. Knights to me! We ride for Oberyn! My lord, wait! Ojo Glabos, the first of the Zodiac Braves, was not the hero the Church would have you believed. He betrayed Mother Heidelin for the promise of coin and power, summoning forth a terrible evil from the depths of the celestial abyss. It was believed that only one of the land's chosen, only a warrior light, might stand against this threat. While victorious in battle, Razma was unable to see the darkness vanished. If failure was all that awaited our warrior of light, then what chance do you presume any other might stand? Are you saying I should do nothing then? No, my lord. Ramza is. My brother's final wish was, before he surrendered to the Aether, was that his name be struck from the annals of history. Alma, you're unhurt, but I was led to believe that none other but Aran returned from Osborne. What is it you speak of your brother's wishes? Did they get together? When it became apparent we were powerless to truly defeat the High Seraphim, we chose the only path left to us. To do what Heidelin did herself did countless centuries past, in Prism Ultima. As you are aware, my lord, a prison is only as strong as the seal on its gates. Razma sacrificed his body to ensure that the Angel of Blood would never again walk the land, and he believed that if people knew of this sacrifice, it would only inspire them to seek out the holy stones and repeat the mistakes of those who come before. If you truly avow yourself his friend, then you'll honor this, his final plea. Too bad, Oren over here didn't. No, Rasmus should not be forgotten. He should be raised up as a hero for his deeds, and claim his rightful place at my side. Only he might be my knight gallant. He is gone, my lord. Before Rasmus was your friend. Before he was my brother. He was a warrior of light. He did what he did for Heidelin, and for those who would one day too heed the crystal's call. Claim the throne, my friend. Become ruler of Avalace, and restore peace to this war-torn realm once and for all. Wait, Razma, don't leave me! I beg of you! Please, I beg of you! You will make a fine and just king, Delitha. See that you do not stray from that path. Razma! Ramza. Ramza! I'm ever gonna get that thing right? No, probably not. Good that we're in this, you know, castle that hasn't been furnished up. The stones in these two necklaces, are you certain they will guide the heroes of a new era to Ramza? Nothing like the past telling me what to do. 'Tis what Ramza wished, my lord. Oren, I do not believe I can bear another farewell this day. Will you not reconsider my offer to remain as member of my court? 'Tis but a matter of time before the cardinal and his temple knights grow wise to my past, and would not have my presence here implicate you as well. Manza beseems me strike his name from history, but like you, my lord, I could not bear the thought of future generations blind to the truth. As such, I penned this chronicle of the hero's journeys. I fear the world, however, is not ready for the gospel contained within these pages, nor would the church ever allow its circulation. In fact, I believe they will confiscate every existing copy and lock them away in their library. And what better way for the words to remain forever preserved than one of the most highly guarded vaults in all the realm? Then one day, when the church has fallen out of favor, the chronicle will be discovered and the truth shall prevail. I must admit, your plan is intriguing, Oren, but once the church learns it was you who penned the chronicle, your life is... It needs to be... The hand needs to rub a bit higher on that. If we're talking about her with child. But okay. Anatomy? What's that? Women's anatomy? Good that I finally have that echo now rather than earlier. Ishnai! Nah, I just had, you know, crazy dreams. 'Twas the echo, wasn't it? The removal of Ramza's name from the history books, the Durai papers, the pendants, it was all set in motion by Oran himself. Yeah, your ancestor fucked over your children. And if the Liberator's visions are to be taken as fact, it appears we now know the High Seraphim meant by the blood of my invoker. She was not speaking of ancestors in the sense of actual kin, but the line of those chosen by Hydaelyn to serve her as warriors of light. But then why abduct Gramza, or even Alma, unless there is something you haven't been telling us? She was telling us to lure Ishnai. It is her vessel the High Seraphim desires. Yeah, because they know that I won't, learn not to go places that would hurt me. Matron's tits! Alma, how long have you been awake? Sigh, I've been a fool. I told our leader it does not matter if our request for aid was refused, for I had an alternative ploy. General. It's alright, Agi. My intention was to claim one of the Arasite in the name of the Resistance, and use its power to lay waste to the Garlean occupation. Only now do I realize how flawed my ambitions were. You mean this whole time you're playing us for fools? Why didn't we see it earlier? Never trust a woman with years longer than mine, I always say. I think my ears are longer than yours. You have every right to be angry, and I apologize for misleading you. But believe me, I no longer have any desire to deceive you and yours. I shall see you to the monastery, and ask not in return, but that you let me join you on your rescue of Ransma. Do not misunderstand me. I do not do this for any one of you. I do it for my people in both Glamour and Radabaster. People who may die if this High Seraphim is allowed to return to power. If your vision is true, then not even the Zodiac Braves, warrior of light themselves, could defeat the High Seraphim. Are you certain we should not just allow Razma's seal to endure? No, that would mean abandoning Razma. But then what options are left to us? I could do it! High Seraphim, ha! You defeated tougher allies in both, Aldenar and Othard. Ultima will rule the day she rose up against the one and only warrior of light. She will, won't she, Ishnai? Well, they had a band of warriors of light. I mean, I'll have a band of warriors of light, but the Crystal Braves had... This is all my fault. I was convinced it was Ransma and my father who were bedeviled by the Arasite, when in fact it was me all along. You're wrong, Alma. The Arasite held no power over you. It never did. Your concern for your family was justified, for they allowed their desires to cloud their own judgment. You needn't blame yourselves for matters beyond your control. But what of Razma? He's gone because he tried to save me. Ramza. Please, Ishnai, you must bring back my brother. I don't know what I'd do if I lost him too. Oh, not see the same fate befell as befell young Mamza. We must do something in quick. Same thing. It was never my intention to deceive you. Alright. It was not until it was. But you must understand, I was only thinking of my people. I have not once held you as an enemy, only as an obstacle. Now that I know that to be false, I hope we can work together to save the land from the terrible evil that draws ever near. I mean, I'll get around to saving your land. It pains me as a father that I am powerless to save my own son. Ishnai, I have asked much of you these past moons. Yes, you have. But not as more important than what I ask you now. Please find Ramza. We must do something. Ishnai, anything. We cannot let it end like this. Tia would never forgive us. I have decided. I shall accompany you on this journey to rescue Ramza, and see these muscles put to good To good. Your fellowship is in no dire need of another hand, you say? Of course. I shall be here training should you need me then. Ramza exhibits talent both as an actor and a playwright, yet he lacked the sense to realize that aligning himself with a foreign barbarian would end in naught but failure. Fully petitioned the Emperor. If anyone can rescue our Ramza from this peril, it is you. And I mean that, literally. Look around. Not one of us here is a fighter. You're our only hope! Oh no! I assume you'll be soon dealing with this mess. Dealing it with a jab to the gut and a swift kick to the crotch. I mean, if you're talking about magic, yes. You'll find Ramza safe. I know it. May your gods be with you, Ishnai. Okay, same thing. Same thing. Same thing. Same thing you said before. No. Same thing. Never mind. Now let's see. I'm gonna wander out before I do anything else. See if I can see that goddamn cutscene. And then torture everybody else in that next raid that's coming up. Then go back and finish this quest, and then go back to torturing myself with the rogue quest. Nope. Is that me arriving there? No, there's the brother. This is before he's escaped. So they put them two together outside of this, but not this time. Welcome to the land of my people. Would be a poor lie if I said I did not miss it some. Alma! Floating creepily there. Ramza, help me. Goddamn portals. Goddamn being Kyrie and other redheads. Alma! Begone! I mean, that was something. Alma! Ramza! Blood of the invokers, fulfill the ancient covenant and grant unto me the vessel promised. Yank! Yank! Absolute yank! What the just... That was a yank. Bawa, to me, the girl is not well.
But I suggest we continue this back in the province to
Yoink. Can anyone fly the ship? I'm joking. Or am I? Have you the courage to face true evil? I've done it many times before. Also, I'm still seeing things. Where are you gawping at? The ship is this?
The ship is this way, Koopa!
Okay, so that was it. Cool. I have everything. Yeah. Maybe I might be smart enough to look up anything about this, but I mean, where's the fun in that? Okay, I might do a little bit. Just for... This isn't gonna go well. I'm looking at all the things. Holy hell. Well, I didn't officially end that quest. Hi. Oh, by the way, how are you doing? Lone Wolf, I forgot to ask that. No. Just when I get here. My sister, Harpies, my sister would not allow this unless we should probably not go barging alone there.
Koopa!
The fuck is that? Network thing. Impressive. Perhaps you're deserving of your accolades, but do you have an answer for this? Is it myth or is it aether? I'm currently trying to kill things. I don't think it matters. Only the name of these ruins is on with our people. We have no knowledge of their past, nor do we wish it. Trespass onto the monastery is avoided except when necessary.
I imagine this is what it's like to be swallowed by a mortal, Kubo.
I don't ever want to know about that, Montblanc. All paths lead through me. Oh, yay. Mustard. Ah, fuck. I am awake. What if I want fuck hi. I didn't want to watch that.
I see. You shall promise. The promise will save you from what comes next.
Where are you? Gun? Gun?
Let this be your final testament.
No. Hey.
This is long enough.
Alright. Say that is gonna be just as well on the other stuff too.
Lost it.
Nope. God damn it. Ah.
Please not so close as you think.
I just realized his name is Leroy Jenkins. I am understanding now.
I think you have proven yourself deserving. So you are brave. With this, my journey can, at long last, come to an end.
Like I said, his name is Leroy Jenkins. Everything has been fucking answered. When the Empire marched upon Nestor, those who lived in the desert fled east to the sanctuary of the jungle. Some who were not turned away by my sisters are said to have taken refuge here.
This wine looks good enough to drink. Do you think you should? No? Alright, Kupo.
I mean, you could try it if you want. You're a fucking fairy. It doesn't matter.
The Beowulf youth guides your fate, but have you the faith to fulfill his legacy?
No. Hot? I don't want you to step on me, though.
To the current of life we succumb, its judgment swift and final, its bite as cold as steel.
Do I use it now? Not?
Father! The hearts of men are black with corruption and must needs be cleansed.
The... What? Are they in another world?
Seven shadows cast, seven fate foretold, yet at the end of the broken path lie death, and death alone!
Got everything?
I call out to the skies and tremble as the brilliance of 1,000 bolts blinds mine enemies and tears their flesh asunder!
I mean... Why do you hate us so, lady? I feel like there's some anger dealing here with lady. God damn it. Didn't quite get that heal out.
The dreams of men are fleeting, yet they must be embraced if they are to flourish. Have you the faith to do as much? O divine light, send us from our sins! Gaze deep into the light! They who dwell aloft have spoken. Let their words echo in your empty soul. Ruination is come!
Yeah, one thing.
Well fought, champion. I leave you now to your quest. My Ovelia awaits.
This place looks nice. This place doesn't look dead or anything. You know, I feel it. An evil lurks here. One far beyond our keen.
If I recall earlier, it said that Aether felt corrupted. Well, it's really corrupted now, Cooper. Oh, really?
You can keep rebuilding yourself. Yeah. Lifeless alley. I mean, there's flowers. Once when I was young, very young, I heard the elders speak of a dark city where the horrors that haunt our nightmares dwell. The Neckhole, they called it. The Neckhole of, Mono...
Your
Yeah, that's what I
coming
heard
was
the name before.
foretold,
This
servant of
Guardian.
Iblis.
It's not the first two. You must tread
Or
carefully.
perhaps you serve another.
Wait, what is Sid doing? Is Sid doing
I
here?
am Count Sidolphus Orlando.
Sid.
Your journey ends here. The hearts of men are black with corruption and must needs be cleansed.
I think I need to zoom out a bit.
I call out to the skies and tremble as the brilliance of 1,000 bolts blinds mine enemies and tears their flesh asunder.
Okay.
7 shadows cast, 7 fates foretold, yet at the end of the broken path lies death, and death alone. Open your eyes to the darkness and drown in its loveless embrace. The gods will not be watching. Misfortune hangs heavy on a head once held high. Such is poor cover for when the heavens fall. Come, show me more. To the current of life we succumb, its judgment swift and final, its bite as cold as steel. To live by the sword is to die by the sword. There is time enough for regret in the flames of hell. Honed is the blade that severs the villain's head. Endless is the path that leads him from hell. I have been called the God of Thunder. You will now know why. Upon my holy blade, the very world lies in balance.
I might have done that a bit early.
And now the scales will tip. Show me more. Piteous display.
Okay. Yeah, that wrong one.
Were you expecting a modicum of rust? You will find my defenses quite impenetrable. Escape is not so easily granted. They who dwell aloft have spoken. Words echo in your empty soul. Ruination is come. Even the strongest of shields cannot defend the weakest of wills. A moment's hesitation beckons a lifetime of pain. You will find the clouds have parted, and the skies cleared.
Ah!
It is time I bade you farewell.
Breathing? What's that? Breathing's this amazing thing. It exists. Maybe. Who knows? I'm not doing it.
You shall rue the day you raised your eyes to heavens.
I'm good, thanks, okay. Also, I feel like your health's going down pretty quick.
Kneel before me.
Oh god. Oh god. Oh god. Oh god. Oh god.
Your very soul shall not escape my wrath.
Am I good here? Okay, that answers that. Am I good here? Yes.
Denizens of the abyss, from ink of blackest night, I saw.
Oh no. Is he gonna do the thing? Am I supposed to remember the other stuff that
Kneel before me.
No.
Denizens of the abyss, from ink of blackest night, I saw you.
I swear.
Denizens of the abyss, from ink of blackest night, I saw you.
Oh no. Where are you falling? Which way you're falling? Which yeah. God fucking damn it.
Death awaits defiance.
I'm sorry, the healer.
Bear your steel. Simmer as the light of life before rising to the heavens in a cleansing conflagration of divine benevolence. Your sins, your souls are undone. You will not intervene. I am the only god. You can claim to have endured the might of my will. Denizens of the abyss, from ink of blackest night, I summon you.
Oh, wind.
Kneel before me.
Oh, that's cheeky. That is fucking cheeky. That is cheeky.
Your very soul shall not escape my wrath. Kneel before me.
Nope. 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 I swear.
Denizens of the abyss, from ink of blackest night, I summon.
I
Denizens of the abyss, from ink of blackest night, I summon you.
am spirits you. Again?
Bend to my will.
I can't.
Kneel before me.
Fuck. I'm sorry.
I see it now, in you.
Yeah, fuck. It's kind of fun looking. Everything gone? Okay. Oh, look. A body. Oh, hotness! Did I destroy the entire fucking temple?
He's a wee Koopa! But is it truly him?
Is he gonna make a comment about how high voice pitch is? You haven't insulted him, though. Thank you. Thank you all for coming to my aid. Hi, predecessor warrior of light. You have my thanks, noble warrior of light. You have achieved what I could not. And you bearer of my blood and blood of the house of Durai, thank you for seeing my final wish fulfilled. You have the same kind of hair. I mean, the cowlick kind of hair. I want her outfit. I wonder if that is anywhere. My sacrifice has finally been given meaning. Or did I skip over it? No clue who these people are, and I'm guessing it's a reference to Final Fantasy Tactics. Now, my friends, let us retire to Mother Heidelin's bosom, where we may finally rest. There are a lot of lawns in this. Or those that this is all the jobs and professions you could be. Farewell, you're the true heroes of this story. Of course, I am a protagonist! Why are you reaching out for him? It's not like he could do anything. Lita, how I've missed you, old friend. Did Heidelin let you come back just for this? Forgive me, Remza. You deserve better than what history gave you. I could have done more. I'm truly sorry. Wouldn't you have this conversation? I guess it's for the players' benefit more than anything else. These countless centuries did I long for the day we might meet once again, and now that time has finally come. Heidelin beckons us both. He's not crying, he just has something in his eye. Let me see. Just checking on something. Alright. You're live! Oh, but of course you are. You think after this many triumphs, one might grow tired of saving the world. I mean, yes. Consider us all fortunate that you have not. I mean, I'm tired of it, but I'm still doing it.
But they were there, hurting clear as day. The hero Razma and the good King Dylan, Delita. Why would I lie about something like that, Kupo? My question is, why wouldn't you? Still, after what we've all been through in the past few days, I might be willing to give you the benefit of the doubt this time, Kupo.
Ishnai, it is almost sad to see our quest come to an end, though we have given the land's scholars much to consider. Charlian will have open a school of aviation and science. Studies are we to keep up. Despite what Lady Fran says, I had no doubt you would come through in the end. It has been an honor, Ishnai. I only wish that Balgana was here with us to celebrate this day. I owe you an apology, Ishnai. I was wrong to doubt you. Look, if I had a guild for it, I wouldn't still be that rich, but I mean, it'd be something. Whether it be in a council room or on the battlefield of battle, you're proving yourself more than worthy of the many praises the bard sings. I haven't done. I sit there and nod. Other people plan out stuff in the council room. I'm glad to have counted you for an ally, for I wish not to be upon even my worst enemy. That's a fucking compliment. Our thanks, Ishnai. If aught had befallen Ranza, his mother would have risen from the live stream to haunt us for all eternity. Oh, you presume I jest? No, I don't actually. You're back, and with Ranza. Oh, I was worried for you, so for both of you. Words cannot describe how happy we all are to have Ranza back aboard the Prima Vista. It is literally my job to use words to describe things. You've done it again! Not that there was any doubt. Bullshit. Oh, there was those who doubted you. You. I shan't be naming names, but I was not amongst them. I don't believe you. I always knew you were to be a beast. A lion. A beastly lion. But that's not making me feel any better because you call us savages. Tell me, Ishnai, what was it like? Did the angel scream when you clipped her wings? I mean... Oh, I apologize. I seem to allow myself to get caught up in all the excitement. I actually abhor violence. 'Tis why I joined the Majestic instead of taking up steel for the Imperial Army. Well, that and I became... He's 16. Are you 16 also? Because I fell in love with Ramza the first time I laid eyes on him. I mean, fell in love with his magnificent performance, of course. What do you think I mean? Is it hot in here? I knew you could do it, Ishnai. We all did. Oh, even the conspiracist theorist person did. I see you handled all matters on your own. Not that I believed you couldn't. With the amount of time you've obviously devoted to your training, victory was all but guaranteed. I was a floor mat, somewhat. You have saved Razma. You've saved my brother. If there's anything I can do to repay you, name it, and it's yours. You don't have to be like that. And here we are, Ishnai. I cannot thank you enough for all you've done for my family, and that is before you saved me from High Seraph. You rescued my brother, and for that I shall ever be indebted to you. You will be in my heart always, Ishnai. I'm sorry, Razma. Alma. I convinced myself my research was the most important thing in my life. Oh well, you two were standing before me. Can you find it in your hearts to forgive your father? It's all right. We're still here, are we not? Good thing I was here to stop that from not happening. And we triumphed. We proved your theory true. Avalace existed. Ramza existed. Oren Durai was not a heretic, but a hero. Now all that remains is to tell the world. No, my son, we needn't burden ourselves further. But father, we cannot allow our ancestors' name to remain... And we will not. Yet, simply not the manner you think. I'll be adding a final act to the Zodiac Brave story, telling of how Ranza, the forgotten hero, and his chronicler Oran Dorai smote the Angel of Blood and saved Avalius from an age of darkness, before quietly embarking on a final journey that would take them far beyond the horizon. You know, as lone wanderers do. And of course, I should not leave out those nameless heroes who fought alongside Ramza, without whom the young noble will surely have perished. Is this what you truly want, Father? For the story to end? It has to end somewhere, so a new story can begin. It'll only end on the stage, my dear, and live on in the hearts of the crowd. King Deleta and Oran envisioned the Virgo as a beacon for which to lead the future generations to the truth about the founding of their nation. Their kingdom. They were right. Just as the pendants guided us, we should now guide the masses through our play. And now you see, my son. I would offer my thanks again, Ishnai, but thanks are not nearly enough to express my gratitude for all you have given us. Please don't write a play after me. Please do not write a play about me. Please, God damn it. Perhaps after I complete Zodiac Brave's story, I shall pen a tale about the legendary Warrior of Light and her adventures across the 3 great continents. Please, no. Then you'll have your work cut out for you, my friend. Oh, hi, Sid. I didn't notice you there. Until now. Ishnai has enough battles under her belt to fill at least 3 tomes, if not 4. Would you stop doing that, Sid? Appearing out of nowhere? Her tale is far from over, isn't it? Yeah. I thought Alma's hair was... Or is she wearing a wig? Alright, this is our final dress rehearsal for the night. Make it count. For the night? Usually dress rehearsal is done only once. Before the major performance. Make it count. Positions everyone. Yes, Principal. Lights, music. There'll be no more mistakes from you two. Am I clear?
Mother crystal clear, Koopa!
They're going to perform the new final act. Well, it won't get to Garlean because they're forced not to. Begin. Will you be my canary? Whatever will we do? The church has branded us heretics. No home awaits us in Ivales. We shall embark on a journey. A journey together. Together? I don't know why this isn't voiced. Together, the crystal's call has been answered, and evil vanquished from the land. We are now free to soar like the griffin.
Free? But how?
By casting off our noble names and forging a new path, one not bound by fate. And on that path we shall meet new friends, make a new family. Unto them we shall entrust the true tale of our deeds, that they may carry on our legacy for all eternity. Sword in hand, a warrior clutches stone to breast. Yes, it is. In a sword's edge he fades his fading memories. It's the end of the raid quest. In stone he tempered his skilled. We were saving theater people. By sword attest, by stone revealed. Their tale can now be told. you're both wonderful! I wasn't bothered doing voice acting for that. Mainly because it wasn't giving me time to pause between each of them, so... I am inclined to agree with the lady's sentiments, but there is always room for improvement. Back to your positions, everyone. Again from the top. That's not how dress rehearsals work! As somebody who did acting.
Again? I've had enough of this! I was promised a starring role, Kupo! It's in my contract! Oh, hush, mother, before Jomas has his back to polishing boot buckles again.
I wonder for Ian Walker whether you have to. Meanwhile, in the clockwork city of Galgal, Nero. No. Garleans, damn it. I wonder, kind of way the Crystal Tower was required for, Shadowbringers. I wonder if this is required for Endwalker, since it involves Damaska and... Well, no... Sir, further research will be required to reach a positive conclusion, but preliminary tests show that the technology utilized here bear striking similarities to our own. Excellent. Let the Eorzeans play with their babbles. True power lies within these very walls. It appears our ancestors were as cunning as they were ruthless. But since it involves Damaska and, like, other things that are under the... Who the fuck are you? Are you one of the theater troupe people? A weapon powerful enough to carve a gateway into the land's very core. His radiance will be eager to test this to Taurus. Wouldn't you agree? Oh, that is kind of Clockwork Orange, isn't it? I haven't seen the movie. Or read the book. I hope the new act was to your liking. It may still change, seeing as we have yet to finish our rehearsals, but I believe Father has another masterpiece on his hands. I've always admired my father, but never more than I do now. Finally, I have come to understand why it is so important for him to tell the tales he did, even if those actions did drive him from his home. Still, I worry we may never find our place here in the foreign land, and that our voices may never be heard. Everything we knew is gone, everything we worked for behind us. Will the people of Othard and Aldenhard accept us for what we offer, in spite of who we were? Will they flock to our stage to hear our stories? Will they laugh at our jests and weep for our losses? I know it's childish to fret over such matters, but perhaps I'm still a child. You're 16, so yes. Desperate for the acceptance of strangers, despite the fact that I'm already accepted. Accepted by my family and friends. Something happened that day. I laid my hands on my mother's necklace. My father would have me believe that it was the hero Ramza's Aura's sight, the Virgo that dispelled the fear and hate in my heart and replaced it with love. Oh, I'd like to believe that it was not only the Holy Stone, but me growing up. Journeying to a new land, meeting new people, learning of new cultures and customs. These things ignited a flame inside, a flame of change. You, Mablanc, Hurley, Mikoto, Master Sid, Bawagi, Fran, even Lina, you've all helped fan this flame, that they may rise in a conflagration to burn away the old Ramza, leaving what stands here before you now. My father spoke of one day authoring a play that would chronicle your adventures. I believe I will tell him to abandon that endeavor, for I wish to author it myself. Egotistical? That is, if you allow it. You're welcome here anytime, Ishnai. I hope that you'll take time to visit and tell us more of your deeds. I shall be waiting. What if I don't talk to any of you so that I don't get this play, please? Thanks is not nearly enough for all you've provided for us, but sadly there's all I have to offer. Thank you, Ishnai. You watched our rehearsal, so you have witnessed the firsthand the fruits of my father's labor. Well, to be fair, you are his children, therefore I've already witnessed firsthand the fruits of his labor, but I mean, that's a totally different subject. It is now on us, the players, to see the seeds cast across the realm. You know, I didn't read the rest of that where it said seeds, so I mean... From fleeing the Empire to search for a new audience, from finding the truth of our ancestors to bringing back my mother, to saving my brother, many paths were walked on this journey, but ultimately they all led here. Was it merely the Aura site that guided us to the monastery, or was it, dare I say, fate? No, it was game writers. Our exile, our arrival in Hingashi, my father's disappearance, without even a single one of these events, our paths may not have crossed. If that is not fate, then now that Ranza's desire has been fulfilled, the Aura site set in this necklace appears to have lost its blessing. Perhaps it's for the best, but I'm simply glad that a piece of my mother remains. I shall not say farewell, nor will I have this meeting be our last. Allow me instead to offer a prayer. Mother, abandon not your wayward children of Iveles, but deliver us from our sins so that we might know salvation. But I'm not a child of Wrong to doubt you, same statement. Still providing Oh, wait, they changed that. They changed that a bit. Okay. Wrong to doubt you. Worst enemy. In fact, our paths may cross again sooner than expected. I received earlier from both the Eorzean Alliance and Doma that they agreed to assist the Lanciers, though not in the manner my leader first sought. They'll be providing refuge for those displaced by the fighting, children, elderly, the wounded. I've all been assured that all are welcome. Unlike our demand for soldiery, both Lady Zataru and Lady Yagiri seem much more amiable to this request. Perhaps they remember how only recently Eorzea received refugees fleeing from Doma and Alamigo, and perhaps it was I who reminded them. As for now, I must return to Dalmasca with these tidings, and somehow not only convince the myriad of resistance factions to cease their infighting, but also cooperate in the organization of a method in which refugees may be transported safely across the borders. Needless to say, I have my work cut out for me. But even then, this is only the beginning. Once the refugees are safe, there is still war to be fought, and won. When that time's come, do not be surprised when I come calling again. Come again calling. I don't mind! Especially since it's you. If Baganan were here, he'd smile and slap both of us on the back. You probably fall on your face. I miss the captain. I'm not as optimistic as my brothers as our chances of meeting again. But know this, Ishnai, I will not forget you and hope maybe you'll say the same. It's been an honor to serve as one as brave as... You're not serving me. Just as you, Ishnai. I only hope my contributions to this most recent endeavor has proven of value. It has, sweetie. Before this assignment, I would spend days alone in the library poring over texts, learning of others' accomplishments, but never recording any of my own. But witnessing you and all you've achieved in our short time together has inspired me. I will return to Charlian and put in a request with the students of Balesun for an increase in the field research. Has nobody told you about what's happened to the students of Balesun? But I think I'll start something in Lower Nosa. Has she not been informed that the students are warped into a different time and space? Lord Darsa and his duke would use her pawn as their Game of Thrones. Reference! Just the two of them now use you. Is a man like you not ashamed to be no more than a piece in their game? Have you no pride, no honor? There's something lacking in the delivery. A touch more tempered fury, perhaps. A sidelong glance with a swift turn, and then, Ishnai, simply practicing my lines. Yesterday Avelis was a legend, today it is history, and it's all thanks to your selfless efforts. No longer I need to hide my heritage, for you've shown it to be noble. I only pray this final act I have penned proves worthy of them and their deeds. Granted, it still requires much polishing. And yes, I am fully aware that my conclusion to Ramza's tale differs from what you saw in your vision and learned in the halls of Molonde. But that was rather the point. I wanted people to see Ramza in the control of his own fate, ending his story on his own terms. Well, he kind of did anyways. Entrusting faith into future generations is noble, but it diminishes the accomplishments of Ramza and his companions, which is why I granted them victory they deserved. History remembers those who prevailed, and thus his name will endure. Now, was there aught you wish to ask me? No. Starstruck youth. Allow me to introduce the Majestic's newest member. This young man is from the Mikosa, has come to study under me. Under us. Under you? Under guidance, yes. It is an honor, my lady. Thank you for this opportunity. What? I know not what you're implying, but this relationship is purely professional. Purely! It's merely a rouge on my cheeks, nothing more. Course! What flaw do you hold there to be in us, that you're born between a different set of walls? Do you know what it means to hunger, to sup for months on naught but broth of bean? Why you must be made to starve that you might grow fat? Why must we be made to starve while you might grow fat? You call us thieves, but it is you who steal from us right to live. Do you not think me... You did not think me merely a company's outfitter, do you? I was also wager you do not know I was make a wicked broth of bean. Your name, you're called Company Tragedian. That means I know that you act too. You're no less human than me? Ha! Now that is a beastly thought. Oh, they're both doing lines that would be to each other. But why aren't they doing it to each other? I mean, if they're gonna be practicing lines, ha! You no less human than me, than we? Ha, now there's a beastly thought. You've been less than we from the moment your base-born father fell upon your mother in whatever gutter she sired. You've been chattel since you came into this world drenched in common blood. Terrible line, isn't it? Oh, the writing's fine. Jonas is a master of his craft. It's just, why do I have to be picked for the role of Argath? He's such a bloody bastard! Unlike myself, of course. I mean, somebody has to play the villain. I run, you gave chase. I am heart, you are the something, but heart has laid. Ah, Ishnai, you've caught me in the throes of a bloody bout of my arch nemesis. Writer's block. Perhaps a change of pace will serve me well. Is there aught you need? Lady Fran has agreed to introduce me to a storyteller from her former village that I may learn of her people's history. Would this meeting inspire me to pen my next great symphony, or at least a merry jig to use in the Zodiac Braves story's newest art? A man does not eat an omelet without breaking eggs. Blood is the price of progress. That is the ink which history has paid to writ. Look around you, boy. Avalas rots from within. Your brother would carve out the roots of its decay, even if it means his hands must need be soiled. Ah, never a truer passage was spoken, though I prefer to take my eggs raw. Builds character, they say, or at least I say. Also can make you sick, but okay. With the new final act comes several new roles that we do not have the means to handle. You don't think you'd be interested in a, but I just, I don't believe you. I doubt.
Principal Jarvis has agreed to give me an actual role in the play. It's not Mablanc that stands before you, Kupo. 'Tis Isol Tingil, the most handsome and noble, and handsome of the Knights Templar, who has all but 2 lines before he must return to his proper place backstage to working the lights. Don't forget that, Kupo.
It's like gift up to everyone. Yeah. Be out here? Yes. Wait. You too. Reports that the 4th Legion has marched on the Valnan, making the commercial center their new temporary base of operations. If that is so, then it is where we strike next. We had our past misgivings, Ishnai, but in the end we all learned to work for the same cause. I hope we can do so again soon. It won't be a simple uniting of the factions, but when has war ever been simple? Once we are a united front, we still have to figure a means of besting the most powerful enemy army in the world. I agree, we've done it a few times. And if by some miracle we achieve that, then we have an entire nation to rebuild, starting with the smoldering heap I used to call home. But then again, it sure feels better than being a sky pirate. Let the next time we meet Ishnai be in the Desert Sapphire, near the Royal Damascus Standard. Whoa! Wasn't that an adventure, Ishnai? I mean, it was something. It's sad to think we must soon part ways. What with all we've been through these past few moons. Satisfied with the city's unwillingness to turn him over to the Garleans, Jeromus has decided to purchase a permanent berth above Kugane for the Prima Vista. Supposedly he's already received petitions from hundreds of Giko and Guinea to join the company. And there is also the matter of, there is the matter of my assignment. You'll be delighted to learn that I am almost finished. What? How do you expect one to write about an expose went off battling forces of evil from beyond the void? Don't you worry, though. A few more weeks and I'll have a draft. Alright, an outline. Until then, I'll stay here in Kagane a while longer, at the Raven's expense, of course. Farewell! Oh, I got Ultima. Staff credits. Alright. Back to lib. Haven't switched them up yet. Oh, wait. Go here first for the... Okay. Now we go back to the Fisherman's Guild. Wrong way. Let me in. Yep. Critters in the mist. Being work on all that ship, Ishnai. First blood is ours. How do you take into fight in the sea? There are a few things that could drop an opponent as quick as a rogue, but mind ye, don't exhaust yourself just flailing your blades at the tougher cows. It goes double for what your mates are on your flanks. If you notice yourself starting to flag, there's nothing wrong with pulling back from time to time and staggering your attacks with each other to keep the pressure on. I've said it before, alas, but I'll need ye sharp enough to carve steel for what's to come. I'm afraid this will be more of a challenge than even that little shrew is bargaining for. it's assuming the Curs aren't lying about the executioners. The executioners are what I call... And the bloody executioners are who I bloody think they are. Twixt between you and me, though, I'm hoping the name is just a laughable coincidence. I'm not thinking that. Right. The shoe's cute, so I'm... Jackie wishes to discuss the plan. Oh, there, Ishnai. We have a rough job ahead of us, and that's a fact. Matters are entangled enough with what Milala marched snapping at our heels, but we still managed to grab the first trinket without too much fuss. Biting back them 2 other treasures, though, that'll be a different story. Once the stray gets here, I'll explain what, or more to the point, who we're up against. Alright, we've got 2 babbles left on the list. The Silver Sorrows and the Black Sarcophagus. Let's see where we're at. Oh, where did Bilbo go? Baggins? He went looking for the whittle of the tail behind that bleeding sarcophagus. We'll not be coiling that stickler until we have at least an inkling as to what the bloody thing looks like. Treasures aside, I've been doing some digging on my own on these executioner allies of the Grinning Curs, and I'm afraid the name weren't no coincidence. Ishnai, you heard of the bloody executioners, I hope? No, I haven't. See, I live under this rock and just started this whole, rogue thing. It seems the Curs are feeding, seems them Curs were feeding from the fables of one of the only nation's greatest pirate powers. This ain't no ordinary crew of cutthroats, lass. Within RPG's ex-capital of Final Fantasy XIV, the bloody executioners wield a power and influence second only to the Admiral herself. They were none too fond of her or her prohibition and piracy, and it was only the overwhelming threat posed by the Garlean Empire what eventually convinced them to play nice with the I've said it right before. The pirates aren't the one to play nice for long. Now that Hillafre ain't around to show to helm the ship, the solidarity of bloody executioners has begun to show cracks. All the strongest captains and lieutenants have begun to form their own factions and are scrambling to claim the top chair for themselves. Of course, not one bloody cove can agree on another which way the executioners ought to sail. Among these new factions, though, is a group who's pushing the right free of the Admiral's grip completely. Turns out these reformists, as they call themselves, are the ones that took the Grinning Curs under their wing. Which means you've got possession of the last 2 treasures we've yet to cloy. Rumors around town say that even for executioners, these coves are bloody and ruthless and not to be crossed. No good, murder. We should sit this one out, Jackie. Piss on Lala's contest. It ain't worth this kind of grief. We'd be inviting the wrath of a crew so large and dangerous that even the Admiral ain't keen on coming to blows with them. And if they ever came after us... Large or small, it doesn't matter. They broke the code when they hit that maelstrom tube. Aye, the Grinning Curs are paying for that crime, but we'd be stolen in excuses for rogues if we let the real culprits carry on unpunished. I mean to see this job to the end, and it means biting back the treasures and handing them out proper justice as they deserve. But Jackie! Listen, with all the infighting going on at present, us stabbing a sharp blade into one of the faction's toes ain't like to bring the whole executioner crew down on our heads. Besides, the reformants buggers are so far split from the main mob that they've been avoiding the city altogether. It's about time we got to work, Ishnai. You're to track down our black market contact. I sent him looking into the Curl's new allies a while back, so he should have some answers for us by now, if he's still alive. The veil was lifted by a southerly this morn. That'll put the old man in his haunt in lower luck. No, here, take this sack of blunt and pay a visit to the House of Sticks. That's Cobalt territory, if you don't know. The old man bribes them with ore and hires the biggest, meanest swords as bodyguards. I noticed. Just be ready for your approach to be challenged. It was before. I know full sodden well that means to be a rogue, but as deadly as our guild is, we will not survive a war with the bloody executioners. Where am I going? Go there and write down. Nope, will not be distracted, not be distracted. Will not be distracted by the hunting log. Will not. Right up there. Okay. Oh, won't let me stay hidden? Fuckers! Doorman. Yeah, there's a door there, yes. Welcome to the House of Sticks, young rogue. You must be excusing my hireling's enthusiasm for greeting visitors. Now, have you any cumbersome baggage which I may relieve you before we begin our conversation in earnest? Leather bag contains what feels like a substantial amount of skill. A heavy burden for one of your tender years to bear, but it waits has balanced the scales. The sum is paid, and the deal is made. Let us speak of the reformists. This faction is so wrong that is so wrong the code now seeks to peddle one of its stolen treasures, the earrings, better known as the Silver Sorrows. The deal is said to take place in coastal where I was. A buyer, a moneyed merchant from the golden sands of Oda. The earrings will be out in the open, vulnerable. I would target the moment of transaction if I were so declined, as the gentleman up there by the cabin appears to be for he's purchased the same information. Though he attempts to disguise his identity, the stench of a soldier yet lingers. I know not where such he came to learn of my existence, but I suspect he works for a certain yellow coated captain. Gah, brave she is, but foolish. Stumble blindly into the underworld, and your groping hands will not save you from the holes at your feet. Sudden shall be her fall. The reformers will soon divest themselves of the Silver Sorrows. I would not dally if you wish to stay ahead of your rivals. You're having me run back to the... Pearl links are back to not existing. So I can do this. I believe in myself. So 2, not including this one, which is the one that you make to become a rogue. Having a ninja. You want to do Eureka after this? Same. Welcome back, Ishnai. What information did the old men have on the reformists? Looking to unload the earrings, are they? And to an olden, no less. Can't say I'm surprised to hear the buyers from out of town. You won't find many Lumsons willing to melt corn on aught them covers selling. Only the daftest of sod will go about funding them as a means to pull down the admiral. One of Milala's Lankers arrived at the house before you? How did they know? Bah, them curs we captured must have cackled during the shrew's interrogation. We'll assume the Yellow Jackets know what we know, and that means we best get our asses to the coast of their soul, right bleeding now. I'll handle this one, Jackie. You and Ishnai wait here for, Bilbo. Oi, V Kibby. What the hell is she playing at? After her last, she knows this ain't a solar job. I told you to wait at the guild. I don't need... Well, it might be that as I could use an extra marks in the shadows after all. Jackie has his mind set on punishing the executioners, but me, I just want to soak in, coy them silver bits and soak out. I reckon if I could manage that with no one the wiser, then they wouldn't know who to come after. Finish the job without me drawing daggers, you know. It ain't actually true to the code, but the shield of the underworld honor won't stop them from bloody killers from cutting me mates' throats and setting the sisters a glimmer. The guild's only place what offers a pirate stray like me, and I'll see not it burn to the ground. The deal's about to start. Say the wits when you be nine heading in. Alright, here's what we know. The rich merchant who's come over from Uda is some mate of Master Griju. The clothes that owns Costa del Sol. Juru taken his guards and dancing dells and pranced off down the beach someplace, giving the others use of the entire resort to his friend. Seems she didn't want an audience for her bargaining with the reformists. Which is, as it happens, works well for us. We'll wait until they're busy haggling over price, then snatch the sorrows and hope to twig before they realize ought to miss. Sound like a plan? There, the players arrive. The reformist coin counter, and the olden buyer are sitting up on the southeast platform. Earrings ought to be nearby. Hang about. Who are all these other coals? The pious was meant to be empty. Seems some nasty-looking brokes the Orban Uda garb, and those... Are those moments? The merchants brought along a whole bloody entourage. I've got ahead of myself. I should have realized the job will never be that easy. We'll have to build a few of them bodyguards first, I reckon. You don't want them fight through a narrow forest blaze, should you get caught sneaking about them narrow walkways. Jackie, I thought I'd... Stow your excuses, love. I know full well what you're about. Yes, we are. You start going soft on us, though, and it'll be me like losing one of me arms. I can't take on the bloody executions all by myself. Just finishing this up, yeah. It's only because I got rogues like you and Bilbo Baggins and Ishnai here that the guild can take jobs it does. When you coves walk into the shadows, it's bleeding pirates to do the trembling. I am. Absolutely, yes. 2 more quests after this one. I'm done for now. Remember that, Kibi. VKB. We ain't some two-guild robbers what piss their breeches when their daddles are called in the honeypots. We're the knives and the darksmen, and no bastard wants to go blade to blade with the likes of us. I seen you not changed your mind then. You'll need all the stabbers you can get, and I promise mine will be there when you need them. Bine. Now, let's carve a path to that platform and bite them earrings. Kibe, you hide yourself down by the docks in case the marks escape during the fighting. Ishnai, you and me be splitting up and mill the guards as we go. It's the puppets that concern me the most. I suggest you crush them little buggers before they can spring any run from. Creep in as close as you dare and give them a good solid clout from behind. I ain't the most original strategy, but that don't make any less lethal. Once you're done with the first group, slip back to the shadows and move to the next. Out to do it, eh? Violence! Violence! I'll head over back when you start from the front. Let's wrap this up before the jackies blunder in, scare off your marks. I love that the sellsword isn't using swords, it's using punchies. What do you think of that real quick? I hate that there's such a slow trig attack is so slow to come back. I can understand it's a very strong attack, but I mean... if you're doing a mission like this, that they want you to do that. That's what they want you to do. It'd be nice that they'd come back quicker. Are we back over here? But I don't have to do that. It just suggests that I go after the security mount first. Now for the earrings. Where am I going? This way? Ah, there. Hi. We're getting the earrings. Rogues? No one mentioned ought to be about rogues. What the hell's you thinking you're doing? I'm conducting business transaction on behalf of the bloody executioners. Do you understand what that means? Do you know what they'll do to you? Aye, I'm all afraid. Odd then, that you're the one who's shaking. Doesn't matter who you work for, your boss has broke the code, and we're here to collect. Those be silver sorrows, then. I'm sure you paid a caravan of gold for them shiny babbles, but I doubt they're worth your life. Let's have them, then. Wait, damn you! You should know that this person is an extremely influential member of the Amazon Trading Company. Surely you've heard of it. Yes, and I don't give a damn. If the threat of reprisal does not stay your hand, then consider the political ramifications of interfering with a foreign dignitary. The Admiral will not desire you to do damage Limson's reputation with Uda. Yes, exactly. I am very highly placed within Udan society. I have powerful friends who would not be pleased would you mistreat me in any fashion. I don't give a damn. And you misunderstand. The silver swords are a historical treasure. A gift once bestowed upon the Sultan, Nasha by your champion. The earrings were later stolen from the royal vault, and we lost hope of ever recovering them. That I might so easily purchase them is thus a miracle. The return of these trinkets will be, or that is to say, the swords must be returned to Uda. Can you not look the other way for the sake of my nation's pride? It should be given to the Sultana, but you're gonna be one keeping it, so no. Ye think me must be some dull-witted thug. If the deal was made on the behalf of your country, then why ye sneaking out sorting with pirates? An excellent point. One might doubt your quality of character were you to continue these feeble fabrications. You need only entrust those earrings to me, should you truly wish to see them returned to Udall, that is. After all, 'twas to fulfill the very purpose of the Thagacy bid on the sorrows in the first place. Bit late there, ain't you, Captain? I think you'll agree this round belongs to us. On the contrary, my dear scoundrel, I made the winning move the moment I knew we were dealing with a merchant from Uda. I come bearing an official order of seizure, authorized by the Admiral herself. You'll not be harmed, but I must insist you cooperate with this reclamation of unlawfully attained goods. Though Costa del Sol is private property, it nonetheless lies within the state-governed territory. Come along quietly, and we need not inconvenience Master Great Riju any further. These suspects will be taken into Yellow Jacket custody, and do not concern yourself with the civil sorrows. They'll be quite safe with me. Well, the thing is, you never said who would get to them first. Whether it counted to those that got to it first or those that actually recovered them. And technically we got to them first. I heard the news from Jackie. Didn't think that Admiral choosing the side to Milala, though. Probably just eager to reclaim the silver sorrows. Anyways, that bit about them earrings becloyed from the royal vault turns out to be true. Some famous burglar went after them once he heard about the godlike agility and said they were to bestow upon the wearer. Bah, hell's take that canary-colored harpy. We might as well have handed the thing to her on a velvet cushion. I'll go find Baggins and help him dig with his digging. There at least shall be the last treasure out there, and you be sure the reformists won't be given up without a fight. Aye, you do that. Being look to you, Lo. Ah, there you are. You left before events had truly been decided, and I thought you deserved to know the score. The Uden merchant has acquiesced to our request and surrendered the silver sorrows into our keeping. We've also apprehended the reformist accountant. We'll be holding him for further questioning. Oi, Bonin, an associate of the bloody executioners. You yellow jackets don't flinch from your duty, I'll give you that. What's this I hear about you buying information, Captain? I thought you'd sooner die than associates with the elements of the underworld. I do what I must to stay ahead of this challenge. Then you're breaking... Girl, you can't sit there and say that you are, all pure and, you know, without reproach if you're doing it. He's no the Marketeers College was vital to the case. It's true I might find his practices distasteful. You're only talking distasteful because you... and not stopping it because you got something out of it. But he's no pirate. How are you sure that he has never been a pirate? It's a fading era of piracy, which I mean to consign to the history books. And that chapter will never be fully closed until every pirate spawn relic, including you and your guild, becomes a thing of the past. You know the Yellow Jackets came from the piracy. In fact, all of Limbs and Lows, the RPG sex capital of Final Fantasy XIV, came from piracy. Therefore, you'd have to get rid of the goddamn city. Valiant and forthright, those are the words which the Yellow Jackets live. And it's the manner of which we present. I swore an oath to my grave on the grave of my sisters. No more shall innocents be killed at the hands of the savage buccaneers. These unrepentant killers. Aye, a grand oath, that is. Me, I've got me fumbles full just keeping the code in contact. But the code is the kind of oath too. When you get down to it, and since I've sworn to uphold it, I've no intention to stepping aside and letting you trample all over me or my coves. In fact, you better be giving in now before matters get proper serious. Just say you're sorry, admit defeat, and we'll leave it at that, eh? Your audacity knows no bound. I'm done wasting words. I shall reclaim the last treasure, and then I'll look on victorious as your guild is dismantled brick by brick. That's the spirit, Captain. Just don't forget to keep an eye on the earrings. The city is crawling with rogues, you know. You could keep the sorrows in a bloody lockbox in the Coral Tower, but look away for a moment and one of me coves will bite them back beauties right back. Come on, Ishnai. Let's back to the Sisters' Forest. No. Fishermen's. Looking that inside, of course. Well, after all that hard work, the shrew made off with the spoils. And as far as our damn contest goes, I suppose that makes us even. It'll be the last treasure, this black sarcophagus, that'll decide the victor. Whatever the reformists are doing to keep it bob, you can bet your grandmom's teeth that there'll be some blade work needed before this job is done. I mean, we already had some blade work here. Get yourself ready for the proper scrap Ishnai. I was wondering when you'd show up, Ishnai, but bugger me if you don't look ready to mill an entire crew of swords by yourself. I literally just desynthesized something and came back to you. I don't know what he is. He's using the say how he has everything like used up. I'm using it that. And Benny, you are, because we finally uncovered some hard facts about that lost treasure. Won't be long before we coil the winning piece and put this staff challenge to bed. Alright, I've gathered the other coves for a meeting. Let's go down and get to it. I've decided that his accent is Scottish, because I can. Because I can't do another accent for it. What's the other accent? Yeah, but it's not the British. Well, it is a British one, but it's Cockney. At long last, bloody last, the black sarcophagus has given up its secrets. Baggins, you have some news for us. Aye, Jackie. I think half our troubles with winning the truth of it lay in calling this nasty thing a treasure. The black sarcophagus ain't no dimmer bubble. It's the Mark El Magitech mine, a bleeding prototype explosives was bitten from an Imperial transport vessel. And even though it ain't that big, it may be the size of a small cargo box. They say blasting has enough to kick the incinerate of a bloody behemoth. See, the Gallians mean to start producing that at the factory in La Nossi. Then distribute the mines in Castro Marinium. Well, we've taken over Communium, so it doesn't really matter. But I mean, yeah. Lucky some plucky privateer cooled the prototype en route, then, eh? An experimental weapon. That explains why the theocracy is so bleeding eager to build that at that auction, and so reluctant to share the details with us. At least now we know the what, but there's still the question of where. The Curls delivered their bitten goods to the reformists, that much is certain. What happened to the sarcophagus after that, though we ain't so sure. There's been no reports of huge explosions or the like, so either the executioners still have the mine, or they peddled it to some other buyer. Might have tried to sell it back to the Garleans. The reformist factions come together out of their shared hatred for the Admiral and her ways. I'm guessing they didn't cloy the bomb just to sell it. Oh. Use it in one of the locations? What is it, Looney? A letter for ye, Jackie. Says it's urgent. A letter? From who is it? An old man. Found it while I was sorting through our daily deliveries. The old man. Let's see now. Come to Thalos. I have urgent news. I've never known the old man to summon a customer. No one's seen him at his usual haunts for a while, so you reckon that some rum morsel he's dug up for us, or is a trap? Aye, it could be. Ishnai, you and me headed there to Thanos. Underfoot? Well, excuse me. Baggins? Vikibu? You're to take another stab and pin down at the location of the sarcophagus. This is to get us out of the guild and, like, blow it up? Is that it? Huh? Or try to? You and me be heading to Thanos and see Thalos and see what the old man wants. I hope it's good news, but me gut's telling us otherwise. I hate when it's in this area. After we finish this quest and get the ninja stuff, I need to run use the restroom, and then we're gonna go to the Eureka thing, at least get that done. Since there's no one really in heaven on high doing stuff. Also, it looks interesting. And I think it might be faster than trying to do heaven on high alone for leveling things up too. It doesn't level? Well, I mean, the Stormbringers ones did. Well, once upon a time, they changed that. Stormblood and Shadowbringers field operations are tied to the... Permanent speed boosts. Player strength in Eureka is elemental experience points. Is it Stormblood? Okay. Does the Shadowbringers one still do it? Or no? Lockboxes, possible rewards. Okay. Oh, down there. Maybe I should have expected it to be in here. Oh, him dead! Who'd have thunk? Say, if he summons none of his customers, I wonder if it's a trap! Who'd have thunk? Giggle, you're wasting your time, darling. We opened that skag's wrinkled throat bells ago. You cross the bloody executions and you get what's coming to you. You like our message? I wasn't sure you'd fall for it, but a little mystery goes a long way, eh? Are you thinking the... Now, don't be like that, darling. Me and the mates don't have much choice. When the boss goes go play with rogues, then we gotta go play with rogues. After all, we never asked you to come to ruin our game, now did we? And don't give me no long-winded speech about your precious code. I don't give long-winded speeches, at all. I just nod. And sometimes say like a line or something. The reformist vision stretched far beyond them tired old rules is good for. Once Captain Azabar takes command of the executioners, he'll give us back the teeth we lost when submitting to the Admiral's leash. What about you? You're sitting here monologuing as well! We'll be the terrors of the sea once more, free to rove and plunder in a new age of pirate glory. And it'll be bathed in the blood to see that age come to pass. I'll kick down your shit stinking code and have all you sneaky heads on the chopping block. Like hells you will. The only sentence we'll be passing today is yours. Hi. Well, hello there, darling. Aren't you a fine-looking lad? I don't know why it suddenly went southern. I've heard all this prattle before. Free to pillage and plunder, eh? Is it? Aye. It all sounds grand, but don't you think of the price? That shite stinking code is the only thing what keeps you bloody coves from milling one another. Without Final Fantasy 14 sex capital to call home, you'd be adrift in an ocean of quarrels. But if you're so keen to keep company with the dead, I'd be soon happy to oblige. You was prettier with your gob shut, but I can see I'm out of me death here. As much as I'd like to lope off the noggins, I have to satisfy with dragging the two of you out of the wilds. Keep you well out of the way, haven't I? Out with it then. Yeah, ain't it obvious? You stubborn skags are looking to swipe our new toy, and my job is to stall ye. The captain of mine has the mine with him right now. He is set to show the rest of the execution that he's got the stones to sit in the leader's chair. And what's better than executing the bitch who snapped the chains on our crew? He's targeting the Admiral herself? Your plan to blow up the command room, aren't you? Aye, you have my permission to panic. Of course, if you'd rather steal clear of the city, I'll be glad to keep you company right here, sweet meat. No. You think you can stop Captain Ez? But here, if you sprout the wings, then you might be able to make it. Go, haha. You know I can teleport. No, actually you don't. And it's not a common thing for most people to be able to do, so fuck you. We've got this mad Morton on Mercy, but she seems to be enjoying herself. I'd rather drag her back to the guild and see what other information she'll spill. And I'll need you back in Limsa as well, but you've got business at the foremast first. You should find Captain Lala at our post there. Forget about the sorting challenge and tell her everything we know. Unless we judgments will have Kilter, she'll do what needs to be done. I'm quite sure... I mean, I like girls that can step on me, but I don't like you that way, sweetie. You don't even have a name. Actually, I like all types of girls. I like all types of men. Number... Fortmast. I thought it was Limsa. No, it's Fortmast. It's okay to have a type. I know. I am not, comparatively speaking. Except for Lolitas. I am not gonna go with that at all. You know, the lolly characters from animes and all this other stuff. I have a limit. I don't mind if the girl is flat-chested, but if you're a lolly, I am out. I am so fucking out, it's not funny. Like, I will throw myself out the fucking window out. Oh, you're one of Jackie's robes. You've come to steal the sorrows, have you? Well, you shan't have them. As you can see, they're safely crafted to my very own You're not here for the earrings. You know, I could have stolen them just fine, because you could pickpocket. Admiral, you say? And you're sure those fiends are in possession of the sarcophagus? I must deploy more sentries at once. Do not think this voids our challenge, Rogue. And you can relay as much as to your prudent guildmaster. I suppose you can thank him for the warning as well. I knew she wouldn't. That's how that works. Also, since she's wearing the earring, she's about to be kidnapped, isn't she? And we're gonna have to rescue her so she learns her fucking lesson. And she's probably gonna be betrayed by somebody inside her setup, maybe? I'm just listing off the cliches we're gonna go through, maybe. Okay, so we're not gonna do Eureka if it's not gonna do any XP thing. So the jackets are on the move. I've been listening to that adult pirate cackle since I got back to the sisters, but she's given us not what we don't already know. And we know more than enough. I'd say we rally the rogues and go after that mine before it blows up on me mons. If leader of the reformists, this Captain Azabar, is planning on milling the Admiral with a bang, then my guess is he'd be aiming to demolish the entire command room. You know Mezamos, eh? The tower that holds the drowning winch in the whole bulwark hall? That's the Admiral's bridge, and our command room are all right at the top of it. Then you got the distinct district which surrounds the Mizamos. That's the busy beating heart of the city. Even with the threat of an attack, you can't just seal it up in the blink of an eye and call the whole thing a bub. Try to explain the dangers to the Coles who live and work there, and you'll have a frightened stampede of mobs on your fables. Nah, lass, our only option is to have sneaking eyes every approach to the tower. I'll put the wits out to as many coves as I can and spread them throughout the streets. And your job is to cover the aft castle. Just wait and see, Ishnai. We'll get Azabir and his little boom too. And his little dog too!
I'll get you, my pretty, and your little dog, too. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Ha ha.
You know, if the bomb is as big as you say, they just have to, like, have a small little crafts go along the bottom side of it. Drunk sir! Yeah, the folks picked a grand night to throw in thick. This'll make things interesting. Well, it also means that they won't be able to see us as well either. Our presence on the streets is far too thin. Where are the reinforcements I ordered? My apologies, Captain. There just aren't any more soldiers to spare. The bulk of our forces have already assigned to guard not only the Admiral, but a number of high-ranking personnel as well. Why don't they get her out of the area? What could the Commodore Raynor be thinking? There are dangerous criminals stalking the city as we speak. I mean, literally, she could just leave the city. Who says she needs to be there? Unless she's being stubborn. Call in squads from the outpost if you must. But I want to see our security tighten, and the populace properly protected. But Captain, we can't be certain the pirates' plans hasn't changed. If we consider the possibility that they switch to a target outside the walls, it would be folly to weaken those defenses. Hemph, you made your point, Sergeant. Return to your post. Once all is lost, it's far too late to question what should have been done. Somebody's about to be kidnapped. You seem troubled, sir. Perhaps I could be of assistance. Ah! Not sure of whether I've been dying to meet you, lass. Aye, keen to set eyes on the bold yellow belly which cost our crew a fortune in Udo coin. You're an executioner, one of spearsmen. Beheersmen. You strayed too far into a world you don't understand, lass. Your eyes is fixed on the light of justice, leaving you blind to the chasm opening up at your feet. Oh, no blood. Still. At least they say you'll die with your boots on. Oh, you trying to make him look fierce? The yellow belly won't be bothering us no more. As for the mine, the lads have primed it on the old wench by the time you get there. Good. Not long after we drag that bitch Admiral, her pretty tower, and all her simpering curls to the bottom of the sea. Then I'll raise our flag to the ruins of the Mezamast and lead our brethren in return to the old ways of blood and plunder. You didn't double tap. should have the last bottle. The bottle is the wife's gonna kill me. Is what's that then? Not after command room. They mean to bring down the entire tower. I don't know why they wouldn't think that. If the mezzanine falls, the bridges will follow. Half the city will. Please, you must help me. The danger far greater than we. Bloody hells! You should live! Oh no. I didn't see nothing. No, didn't see shit. Nothing. Please, you must send word. To become undrunk very, very quickly. Someone must be told. How did you? Ye valiant and forthright weapon. You could hear the single pistol shot from miles away. Wasn't hard to guess what happened. I can turn into a healer. But she'll have to beg for me to heal her. I poked the yellow jackets on my way over. A healer will be along shortly. Oh, good. So I won't have to do it. That means we have only last thing to do. Though, Binet, it might be Italian, now that I think about it. We have never been allies, but I beg of you. Like we do anything different. Doing the reach out thing again. You must stop them. Save the city. Doing the reach out bullshit thinking. Aye, lass. You know you don't need to ask. Taking down mad coves and biting back what's bitten is our job. Also stole the earrings. So nobody can take them. Right? You're set then. Ready, Jackie. Always. Silent nodding. Heroically. Aye, then let's go coil that sarcophagus and fit Esh Behir for a new coffin. Storm the castle! Make ferments and find a Bishar. Oh, right. Am I supposed to go already? Oh, wrong way! Wrong way! Let me finish taking these out so I can hide. Okay, can I hide now? Or we're not doing the hiding thing. Okay. Get over here! I mean, you know, Binet, I know I hate the... It is Italian. Should have listened to some JoJo before this. I love the gunner is using a bow. Well done, sir. Get over here. No. Go up where? Because destroying a detonator absolutely does make sure that it isn't detonated at all. Down this way. I don't know why a mine would need more than one detonator. Your code doesn't mean shit to me. Well, you don't mean shit to me, so I mean, I don't know why you're thinking that I care about what you have to say, sir. Fuck. Where's the last one? There. No, take negative. There's a bomb about to happen. Yes. Well, technically it's a mine. God, let go, let go, let go! Stop chaining me! I don't like this! I don't like this! I mean, I like chains. Just not in this context. Maybe you shouldn't have the populace so near that. Should anything go wrong. Status report. The mine's been disabled, and the engineers should soon have it safely removed. Our soldiers sustained some injuries in the battle with the reformists, but none were fatal. Also, the Admiral sends her sincerest gratitude. Look, there she is! That's Captain Malala, the hero of Libsyn, the RPG sex capital of Final Fantasy XIV. Are you recovered from your wound, Captain? We heard you nearly lost your life stopping that horde of pirates from blowing up the men's mass. 3 cheers for the Yellow Jackets! Our city would be lost without ye. But wait, that's not how it... Sergeant, what of the rogues? Did they survive the battle? I don't rightly know, Captain. All we found near the sarcophagus were the reformists, either dead or strung up from the rafters. Ha ha ha! Alive, then. 'Twould seem we are deeply in their debt. Captain? Might I have the silver sorrows from you now? We've been ordered to hand them over to the Commodore, along with the black sarcophagus. Why, of course, they're right. We've angered her. The earrings! I could have sworn they were still... Yes, he wouldn't have. He stole them from me while I lay dying? She's gonna be mad at us. That cad! I knew he could not be trusted! Well, I couldn't trust you that you wouldn't, go back and say them. Keep an eye on them indeed. I should have known. I love that I'm not the only one not wearing green. You sure about this, Jackie? We should have called the sarcophagus as well. I think she earned it, don't you? If it bothers her that much, think of it as a trade. Nice earrings. If you ask me, they look a bit daft. Well, I didn't ask you. So the jackets ended up with the mine, and we got the diamond in their earrings, which means the victory belongs to the Rogues Guild. Do you think that Milala will leave it at that then? I get the feeling we ain't done with her yet. I'm saying we're done with our challenge, but you never know what our paths will cross again. We'll just have to see what limbs this underbelly spits up next. Ninjas. Aye, the city is never quiet for long. Well, it's been a pleasure working with you, Ishnai. If ever I need a trusty pair of stabbers by my side, I'll know who to ask. I'm off as well. Blood and starving I am. Don't forget to raffle a bite while you can, eh, Ishnai? We best be heading back to the sisters too. Before the shrewd decides she'd rather hire us cry cockles. Been a work, Ishnai. Be seeing you soon. He disappears. Why should I be surprised? Don't know why, it couldn't leave me off by the... If it was gonna leave me over here, why it couldn't leave me off by the, Rogues Guild? It wasn't a plan. I could have been king among pirates. King of the pirates? No, never. That's Luffy. You looking to head inside? Oh there, Ishnai. It'll be nice to finally have a bit of rest, eh? I don't get rest. The jobs never ends, but it'd be even dammer if, like myself, needs to breathe every now and then again. And your adventuring mates must be wondering where you got off to. That was a proper long assignment. Yeah, I know, fuck yeah. But I'm glad you decided to see it through. Thank you. You've proven yourself a stalwart protector of the law. I mean, the code, even if it isn't truly your world. And when you walk back into the Lightsman, you'll have to find your own code to uphold. And when you do, you'll have the skills you learn in the shadows to help you defend it. Yeah, the next code I'll be finding is a ninja code! Well, that's more than enough prattle out of me. Your travels might take you far and wide, Ishnai, but know you're always welcome here at the Sisters. I've been needing to use the restroom for about 30 minutes now, so I'm probably gonna have to go do that real quick.